May I have your attention, please? All rise. Lawrence County Municipal Court is now in session. The Honorable Donald R. Capper presiding. All those having business before the court draw near, and you shall be heard. God bless the great state of Ohio and this honorable court. You may be seated.
Good morning. Welcome to Lawrence County Municipal Court. I'm Judge Capper. Apologize for the late start. We had a few things going on this morning. We're going to start with reviews. There's only a few of those, so bailiff will call the names of people who have reviews. Come up to the table to your right when your name's called, and if you don't get called, if you should have, go check in with the clerk out in the lobby to the right. Make sure they know you're here, and I'll put you on the docket.
David Abrams, Cody DeMint, Travis L. Salyers.
Okay, David Abrams is 20-21-97. Got a letter from ODP, and that says you're compliant. Okay, you still have fines and costs, and you've done most of your community service. You've got 4 hours left. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a payment you're making today on your fines?
No, I'll make it Friday.
Okay, how much are you going to pay then?
40.
When can you get this 4 hours done?
Yeah, I'm thinking about, I'm going to start coming in on Saturdays.
Okay, well, this Saturday would be good, so that's the 13th. You be here then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Get it knocked out then, that'll finish that part out. Make your payment Friday.
Can we move the reviews to Fridays?
Yes. Are you working now?
Yes. And we work 4/10s and we're off on Friday.
Okay. I'm going to set it for August 16th. Your next hearing is August 16th, 9 a.m. That's a Friday. Travis Salyers is here. 22-418, 22-420. You're free to go, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, you've got community service and fines left to do too. And a report from ODP. And says your compliance fines are good, so that's very good. Can you pay something on your fines today, Mr. Chuck?
Yep.
How much are you paying?
20.
Okay. What about community service?
I did a day, I think it was last week.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, well, that's not in the file yet, yes. Well, that will leave you then 3 days of community service left, right?
Your Honor, I believe that is updated already.
Oh, this is updated.
I believe so. I think you worked Wednesday or Thursday, maybe.
Yeah,
So it should be
it's
updated.
dated July 5th, the one I've got here, so.
Yeah, it should be updated.
Okay, so you've got 4 days left.
Okay.
When can you get out and do some of your community service?
I could do some this month.
Well, let's be more specific. Give
Um,
me a day.
weekends,
This Saturday?
yeah.
All right, that's the 13th. Got you out then. And does it matter if it's Mondays or Fridays for your hearings?
No.
Okay, August 12th, that's a Monday. The next hearing is August 12th, 9 o'clock. If you get it finished, you're getting close to being finished. Get it finished, you don't have to come to these hearings anymore.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
August 12th is the next hearing. Be here next Saturday for community service.
All right.
Cody Dement, 23-6. Okay, I've got him down actually for,
Your Honor, he was at community service this weekend. He worked Saturday and Sunday up at the Lawrence County Fairgrounds. And I believe all he goes is the DIP school. And he told me he had court next Friday.
it's July 22nd, actually, is what I'm showing.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, all right, so I'll pass it. He's not, shouldn't be on the docket that you got mixed in.
Your Honor, did you call Brett Mitchell?
No.
You have not?
No.
Okay, have to.
Okay, that finishes reviews. We're going to, I wanted to do, oh, okay, Mr. Stratton, are you on now?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll go ahead and call Ms. Thomas.
State of Ohio versus Randy Tommy, case number CRB 24191.
All right, Rainey Tommy is here. She's at the counseling center, saw your baby this morning, courageous.
Yeah.
Wonderful. How are
Thank
you
you.
doing?
Great, and thank you for the baby gift.
Oh, you're welcome. I've got a report from the council.
Sorry, that one should go. It's a Monday for sure.
And Dad was here just recently, and he's getting to see you, and I guess you guys are going to be reunited
Yes,
pretty soon. Okay,
I'm ready for some help.
okay, good. Is he ready to give it?
Oh, he's more than willing. He is more than willing. Thank God I got a winner when it comes to that.
Good. Well, I'm proud of both of you. You've really taken this challenge and done well, and you've got to keep it up.
Thank you.
Mr. Stratton, any input from you?
No input, Your Honor. We'll just set it down. Sounds like she's doing very, very well. And no doubt that she'll continue.
Okay,
Your Honor.
let's look about a month out then, August 12th, August 16th, something like that.
Your Honor,
August 12th is fine.
if it would be okay with Mr. Stratton, I'd like to talk to her about QRT.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine. You can do that.
Okay, next hearing is going to be August 12th, and it will be, actually, it should be on the preliminary hearing docket. No, pre-trial. August 12th for pre-trial.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank
State of
you.
Ohio versus James A. Kelly Jr., case number CRB 24152 A and B.
This is Mr. Stratton's case. It's set for a pre-trial today. Mr. Stratton? Well, sir, we'll have to recall you. Mr. Stratton disappeared on us, so I don't know where he went. We'll recall you once we get him back. He's in Portsmouth. He told me this morning something happened at the court down there and he couldn't get away, so. Okay, so we'll do arraignments now. We're ready for arraignments. We have some here. Okay, next hearings are arraignments, and that's for people who have new cases or old cases where you missed a hearing. When your name's called, come up to the table to your right. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to make any statements. If you do make statements, it's all on the record. Your statements can be used against you if you admit something about your case. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one. You have a right to bail. You have a right to make the state prove any charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If you're asked for a plea, the safest plea is always not guilty. That preserves all those rights I just told you about. If you enter a guilty or no contest plea, you're waiving your rights. You should not do that if you don't understand the proceedings, if you want a lawyer, if you want to have a trial. Enter a not guilty plea when you're asked. Call the first case.
State of Ohio versus Jacob Little, case number TRD 24-1400, A and B.
And sir, you're Jacob D. Little.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Little, it's alleged that on July 5th at 9:28 a.m. in Peary Township, you were driving a vehicle while you were under suspension. It's a first-degree misdemeanor, maximum penalty, 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. And it's also alleged that you had a tail light out. That's a minor misdemeanor, maximum penalty is $150 fine. You understand these charges?
Yep.
You understand your rights? Yes?
Yes.
How do you wish to plead to these charges?
Not guilty.
Do you want a lawyer appointed to represent you?
No, given that I'm out of state, I will need access to my lawyer in the state of Colorado.
Okay. Well, you're probably going to need a lawyer here too. Are you going to hire one, or how are you going to handle this?
He's also licensed in the state of Ohio.
Okay. So this address is correct, Bill, in Colorado?
Yes, sir.
When would you want some time then to go back to Colorado before you come back for the next hearing?
I mean, preferably, I'd like some form of results today, if at all possible.
It's not going to be, you entered a not guilty plea, so the next thing would be a pretrial to discuss the case with your counsel. So that would be the ordinary course.
If that's how it has to be done, that's fine.
Okay. So you will be going back to Colorado, and then, I mean, I'll allow you to appear by teleconference for the first pretrial if you wish to do that.
That would work best if that's at all possible.
Yeah, you can get the sign in information from the clerk. I'll set it for August the 9th for a pretrial. That'll be at 10 o'clock. You can sign a $1,000 signature bond. What that means is you're promising to appear in court as ordered, and if you don't show up, you get a warrant, and then you're ordered to pay $1,000 as a penalty. So just appear in court when you're ordered. You don't have to post any money. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, sir.
Okay, not guilty pleas entered for you.
Thank you.
August 9th, 10 a.m. is your next hearing. 10 a.m. Eastern time.
State of Ohio versus Eric C. Workman, case number TRC 24-1384, A, B, and C. Eric C. Workman.
Eric Workman. Eric Workman was cited to be in court today at 9 a.m. It's 10 a.m. He's been called, has not appeared. This was a citation by the Ohio State Highway Patrol. A capias will issue for Mr. Workman's arrest to the State Highway Patrol.
State of Ohio versus Aiden Young, case number TRC 241446, A and B.
Sir, are you Aiden Young?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Young, it's alleged July 5th at 1:28 a.m. in Perry Township, you were driving a vehicle while you were under the influence of either alcohol, drugs, or a combination of those things. It's alleged this would be your first conviction if you were convicted. On a first offense, the maximum penalty is 6 months in jail, $1,075 fine, 3-year license suspension. The minimum penalty is 3 days in treatment, 3 days in treatment, a $375 fine, and a 6-month license suspension. You're also charged with driving 71 in a 55 zone. That's a minor misdemeanor, maximum penalty is $150 fine. So you have 2 charges. Do you understand the 2 charges?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the rights I explained defendants have?
Yes, sir.
Any questions before you enter a plea?
No, sir.
How do you plead?
Guilty.
Guilty means you're admitting it's true. You're waiving your right to have a trial, to have a lawyer by entering a guilty plea. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to read the officer's report into the record, and then you can make an explanation if you want to, or a statement. You don't have to. The officer says, on July 5th, I was traveling west, US 52, near milepost 17. I observed a vehicle that I estimated was visually exceeding the speed limit going westbound. I turned my radar on, and speed came back at 71 in a 55 zone. I caught up to the vehicle, initiated lights, and pulled the vehicle over. I approached on the driver's side, made contact with the driver. After making contact, I noticed a strong odor of alcohol coming from the vehicle. I asked the driver's license and registration, and he initially handed me a statement from Capital One. The driver was 19-year-old Aiden Young. I asked him where he was coming from. He said they were coming from a party in Huntington, West Virginia, and he was heading home to Ironton. Due to the strong odor of alcohol coming from the vehicle, I had him step out back to my cruiser. While walking back to my cruiser, I could continue to smell odor of alcohol coming from his person. I asked him if he had, or his passenger had been drinking. He said he had had a sip of alcohol 2 hours earlier, but not enough to be drunk. I asked him why I would continue to smell strong odor of alcohol coming from his person. He stated there was an open bottle of alcohol in the vehicle, but they had not drank any of it. I asked him if he had consumed any alcohol at the party. He said he had not. At this point, I advised him I was going to have him perform a few exercises to make sure he was okay to drive, and he agreed. The first exercise I had him perform was horizontal gaze and nystagmus. That's the eye test for alcohol. Validated clues for this exercise were shown. I could continue to smell strong odor of alcohol while I was performing the test, and his eyes were bloodshot. The second exercise was walk and turn test, and there was clues there for alcohol. And same thing on the one-way stand. I gave him a portable breath test, and it showed a test score of 124. He was then placed under arrest for ODI, operating a vehicle intoxicated, given Miranda warnings, search incident to arrest, and put him in the cruiser. He agreed to give a breath sample at the post on the intoxilizer 8000. Came back at 0.152 BAC, blood alcohol content. He was advised his license was suspended and where to appear for court. He was able to get a ride from the post to come pick him up. Okay, any statement or explanation that you wish to make, Mr. Young?
No, sir.
Are you employed?
I am right now. I'm about to pause my book, though. I'm a union millwright for local 1070 out in Grayson, Kentucky.
Okay. You have insurance, it looks like. Is this the correct address in Arlington, Phillips Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to impose a $500 fine based on, kind of the way I do it is the higher you test on the score, the more I make your fine. So yours is well above the per se level, but it's not extremely high. So I'll make it a mid-level fine, $500 fine, court costs. You're going to get a 6-month license suspension, and that started at the time that you had the offense, so July 5th for 6 months after that. I will give you a permit to drive for work. There's going to be community service you have to do. I'll let you drive to that. You got to go to a driver intervention program. You can drive to that. Is there any other emergent type driving that you have to do?
No, sir.
I'm going to order you to do 30 hours of community service, and we have a community service program here at the court every day, but Sundays you can do community service here at 7:30 a.m. What's your work schedule?
It's iffy. It's just whenever I get a job, usually I work 7/12, so I'll do like a 7-day stretch, and then I'll get like 1 day off, and then another 7-day stretch. But right now I don't have any jobs going on, so
Okay,
I'm pretty
well, you
free.
can come out any day that, except a holiday or a Sunday, you can work here at the court. We have stuff, we got grass we cut, pick up litter, stuff like that. Nothing that's not right. So you can get that done, you got 5 days, do it on your days off.
Yes, sir.
And he can drive through community service too, so if I didn't already say that. You're gonna get an order from me saying you're allowed to drive under these circumstances. It's gonna show up if you get stopped and pulled over and they run, it's gonna show that you're suspended during those 6 months. So the best thing to do is not get pulled over. And you know how not to get pulled over? Obey the speed limit, use your turn signal, stop at stop sign, obey all those traffic laws.
Yes, sir.
Just avoid getting pulled over because you're gonna have some explaining to do if you get pulled over.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, level 4, 2 years of probation, just to assure you do what you're ordered to do. It'll terminate once you finish everything. You'll have review hearings. If you were here earlier, those people had reviews. Come back, check to see what they're doing on their cases. I'm going to give you enough time to get it done. So if you get it done, you don't have to come back for the review hearing.
Yes,
That's
sir.
December 30th?
Yes.
December 30th. You got till then before you have to show back up in court. If you have it all done and confirm that with your probation officer, you don't have to be here.
Yes, sir.
If you don't have it done, you got to show up. If you don't show up, this is the way you could go to jail. And believe it or not, I have people doing this. I don't want you to go to jail. You should never have to go to jail in this case. But people do. They blow it off. They don't do it. They don't come to their hearing. You're going to get a warrant. But then you get pulled over for speeding. Oh, you don't get a ticket then. You go to jail because you got an outstanding warrant. It shouldn't be a surprise, but people seem really surprised by that. I don't know why. They don't act scared. Like, I'm not scared if I don't go to court. I would be scared. You should be scared of not coming to court because bad stuff is going to happen if you don't come when you're supposed to.
Yes,
Just
sir.
take care of it and you'll never have to go to jail.
Yes, sir.
On the speed offense, I'm going to give you a $50 fine. Okay. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
And we have somebody here, and you also have to go to the driver intervention program. I either got to make you go to jail or go to a 3-day school. You'd rather go to the 3-day school than go to jail.
Yes, sir.
Right? So I gave you 20 days in jail, but I suspended it all as long as you do this other stuff, which is like pay your fines, go to the driving school, do your community service. You'll never have to go to jail.
Yes, sir.
And then just learn from this, you know. One thing, you mean, let's see, what time was it? Okay, it's 1:30 in the morning. And you've been in Huntington at a party, right?
Yes, sir.
1:30 in the morning, you're driving US 52 back to Huntington. What's US 52 known for?
Cops. A lot of high state patrol.
What are they looking for at 1:30 in the morning? People like you that have been drinking in Huntington and driving back to Huntington, they're looking for you.
Yes, sir.
And what do? You make it easy for them. You're driving 71 miles an hour in a 55 zone. Not smart.
Yes, sir.
Not smart. So that's part of learning, growing up. Use your brain. Think about what you're doing. Ubers are really cheap now. You can get an Uber here. It's a lot. This is going to cost you thousands of dollars. Because it's not just going to affect, you got these fines and court costs to pay, but you're a young guy. You're in the highest accident rate. You think you're a really good driver, but you're not, because people your age and your sex have the highest accident rate. Your insurance rates are going to go up quite a bit.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
eventually they'll go down, but here's the thing. Learn from this experience. Don't repeat it. We all make mistakes, but learn from your mistakes. A lot of people just keep making the same ones over and over, and they never learn anything. Go on, have a great life, don't do this anymore, and you'll be fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay? So you got to meet with the person from the driving school, and you got to meet with your probation officer. So you got two people to talk to, and you're free to go. And just take care of business. Do what you're supposed to do. Don't blow this off, because it'll come back and bite you if you don't.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Any questions of me?
No, sir.
Okay, go out in the lobby, and those people will come and talk to you.
State of Ohio versus Charles Walker, case number CRB 08-1216.
All right, and sir, you're Charles Walker,
Yes, sir.
and it looks like you missed a review hearing a long time ago
Yes, sir. I made it. Yes, sir.
on a theft offense, and got arrested on it recently and had to post a bond.
Right. Yes, sir.
So do you admit or deny that you were the person that missed this hearing?
I am guilty of, yes, sir. I made
Okay,
very
any
poor
explanation?
judgment. Yeah, I made very poor judgment decisions when I was a 28-year-old man. And I was very strung out on opiates at the time when all this happened. It's 15 years later, actually about 2 years after that, I got full custody of my son. He's 21, living in Florida. I have worked for the Putnam County Board of Education for the last 13 years as a high brass instructor. I'll be 7 years with Apple in October. I should have come back and fixed that. I passed a bunch of background checks. I assumed possibly there was like a statute of limitations that had fallen off. I see now that was absolutely wrong. So I'm here to be the man that I am at 43 and pay for it and take care of it.
How did you get picked up?
I was-
What happens actually is, if yours was a misdemeanor,
It
won't go out of state, but it stays in Ohio. So
Okay, all right.
you got picked up over here.
Yeah, I was in a wreck. I live over here. I live in Ironton.
Oh, okay.
I've not been in trouble ever since then.
Okay, because back then you were living in Huntington.
Yeah, I moved shortly after that as well.
Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'll cancel the warrant that was outstanding for you.
Thank you.
You've got 5 days of community service and some fines and court costs to pay.
Okay.
So I'll just set you up on a review hearings. Once you've finished it,
Yes,
you won't
sir.
come back anymore.
Yes, sir.
Well, actually, it'll be a sentencing, because now that you've got a bond up, if you don't show up, the bail bondsman, he
Yeah.
doesn't want to pay $1,500
No,
to
no.
court, so he will come and snatch you up and take you to the
No worries. Yeah, and my fiance is the one that signed on that, so I don't want her to kill me if I don't either. So no worries, sir. No worries, Your Honor.
That would be
She's right back there listening. I got you covered.
Okay, let's set it then. And are you involved with school now or still, or?
I didn't this last year. Actually, I was just recently diagnosed with 4th-stage liver cirrhosis, end-stage liver disease. And because of that, I'm not allowed to be out in the sun moving around, and I get tired real easy, so I'm not instructed this year. I do still work for Apple. I work 40 hours a week, Monday through Friday. I'm off on weekends.
Okay, so we have court Monday and Friday, so it doesn't matter if it's Monday or Friday for you then.
Not really, no.
Okay, I'll set it for August 12th.
All right.
It'll be your next hearing, 9 o'clock. If you do your community service and pay your fines by then,
Okay.
you don't have to show up.
Yes, sir.
Just get it done.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
August 9th, 9 a.m. is your next hearing.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I think, what I was saying. I said no.
State of Law versus James A. Kelly Jr., case number CRB 24-152, A and B, is Mr. Stratton.
Mr. Stratton, are you there? He was hearing by teleconference.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Kelly is here. My notes from the last hearing was if it wasn't resolved today, we're just going to set a trial date. Is that
Well,
correct?
Your Honor, I had spoken with Mr. Hill about this case, and he is willing to allow a 90-day, if there's no problems in 90 days, to have this case dismissed in 90 days. But I believe that the victim is off video.
Okay. I mean, she's appearing by teleconference also. And this is Amanda. Is Amanda on teleconference? Amanda Kelly?
That is not her now.
Okay. That we,
Well, Your Honor, that's what Mr. Hill had indicated to me, that she was going to be on video from North Carolina, and that she was going to request a modification of the temporary protection order. I cannot see, Your Honor, who's still looking for Mr. Hill?
Ms. Waldo. Mr. Hill is coming later.
Your Honor, yes, unfortunately, I do not have notes specific to this case, but, and I hate to have it recalled, but he should be here within the next half an hour, so if we could have this case recalled. I'm not disagreeing with Mr. Stratton, of course, I just don't have any notes to tell me either way.
Yes, Your Honor, this was just developed last night. Me and Mr. Hill had spoken about this last night, so we'll just recall the case.
All right, this case will be recalled later in the document, Mr. Kelly. Okay. We'll recall your other case later also when Mr. Hill gets here.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll get back online around 11:15.
Okay.
State of Ohio versus William Sher, case number CRB 24338.
All right, this had been set for a pretrial on last Friday. Mr. Scherer, you were not here then?
Yes, I apologize, sir. I actually just totally slipped my mind. I was at the county fair trying to help prepare for that and just forgot.
Okay, do you have a lawyer now, or what's your plan?
No, I'm still waiting on the state to, I don't even know if they had picked up, the sheriff had picked up the videotape from Speedway. It took them 2 weeks to get it, and then as of last Monday, you guys had still not received it. Have you yet?
I don't know, Jasmine went to get the file.
All right, Mr. Scherer, we'll recall your case
That's fine.
later in the document.
That's fine. Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Melanie Meeks, case number CRB 131147, CRB 101104, CRB 081315.
All right, Ms. Neese, you had the hearing, it looks like, on June 24th?
I think it was around that time, yeah.
Okay. And you missed the hearing?
I did.
Do you have an explanation on that?
Yes, I take care of my 94-year-old mother who's at home on hospice, and I was by myself. I couldn't leave her alone.
Okay, you did make a payment on the 3rd,
Yes.
on your fines. Okay, I don't think a warrant ever got issued on it, but if it did, I'll cancel it, and I'll set your next hearing for August the 12th.
Is there any way that you could put it on out farther? I have a broken foot, and I'm going to have some work done.
Well, bring me some medical on that, and I will, but here's the problem is your cases are very old, so what I usually do, if you watch court, if somebody pleads today or gets sentenced today, I give them quite a bit of time before their first review hearing, and then the older the case is, the more frequently they have to come back. So your cases are really old.
Yeah, I know.
That's why I'm having you come every month.
I moved out of state for quite a while and totally forgot. And now I'm back in state.
If you bring me a medical excuse, then I may delay it, but I need some, believe it or not, people lie to me in open court.
Is it okay to pay online?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
We encourage it.
okay. But I still have to come back again.
Yes. It's designed to be a pain until you get it taken care of.
Yeah,
But it's not as much of a pain as going to jail. That's my only other option.
well, that's true. What day was
They
that?
did away with the public stocks a couple hundred years ago. They used to be able to put people in judges used to be able to put people in public stocks out in front of the courthouse.
What
I
day
don't
did you
even know what that
say?
is, but
August of what day?
12. August the 12th, 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. August 12th, 10 a.m.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus John T. Owsley, case number CRB 24419.
You're John T. Owsley.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Owsley, it's alleged that on July the 5th, 2024, in Fayette Township, you tried to deprive Walmart of property without their consent. That's a first-degree misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. Do you understand the charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand your rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
Do you want a lawyer appointed to represent you?
Yes,
Do you have a job?
I do.
What do you do?
I'm a caregiver. I work with Right at Home in West Virginia.
Are you paid by the hour?
Yes, Your Honor.
How much per hour?
13,
How many hours a week do you work?
25, 26.
Okay, you're eligible then for appointed counsel. I'll appoint Mr. Smith to represent you.
Do good of yourself. Good.
So, Mr. Smith, let's see. Probably into August, so,
That'd be better for me, Judge, July, it's getting crazy.
okay.
I'm here Friday. the
August 2nd,
Second, yes, I'm here.
that's good. August 2nd will be the next hearing,
August 2nd, at 10 o'clock.
10 a.m., not guilty plea is entered. He has a bond up, so his
Does he?
bond is
Okay.
continued. 10 a.m., August 2nd, is the next hearing.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Crystal McMillan, case number CRB 16688. Crystal McMillan.
Crystal McMillan. This case will be passed.
We're ready to do some pre-trials.
Okay, we're going to start some pre-trials now.
State of Ohio versus Neil R. Bushalon, case number CRB 24392.
Mr. Smith is representing Mr. Bushalon.
Correct, Judge. We have a proposed resolution that I've run by Ms. Waldo. The state would amend the charge to a minor misdemeanor, animals at large, with a no contest plea stipulation of facts sufficient to find my client guilty, a $50 fine. There is $40 restitution plus court costs, which he will pay this morning before he leaves.
Okay.
And no probations, it's minor misdemeanor. He will pay everything this morning.
Do you agree with that, Mr. Bishop?
Yes, sir, Judge, thank you.
Anything you wish to say?
Just apologize to the lady for my dog.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, it'll be amended to an MM, instead of an M4. $50 fine, court costs, restitution,
$40, I believe.
$40.
Yes,
and
sir,
that.
for a copay.
Need that person's, I don't see that person's name in the,
Your Honor, it is Allison Shaw, Alison, last name Scholl.
all right, Mr. Bushline, good to see you.
Good to
Sorry
see you,
under these
Judge.
circumstances.
Yeah, man.
See the clerk and take care of things.
Thank you, Judge.
We're finished. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Judge.
State of Ohio versus Shannon S. McPherson, case number CRB 2439. Shannon McPherson.
Yes. Yes, I think she's moved to Marion, Judge. Is that right, Shannon? Is that where you moved to?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get that letter from Mahajan to confirm? Was that?
They were supposed to have faxed it on the 3rd
Okay.
of this month.
To the court?
Yes.
Do we have a, Judge, what's happened here, her daughter was also charged, she's 17, hers was dismissed, she turned 18. Her case is going to be dismissed by payment of costs, but she was supposed to get a anger management assessment with Mahajan, she's done that, we didn't have the records last time. I'm hoping they're in the court file. You said the 3rd, when did you say they faxed those?
The 3rd.
You want to try to contact Mahajan?
Yeah.
Is there anyone here from Mahajan today?
It was Mahajan, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you've got the contact info because of HIPAA. Can you call them and ask them to refax it this morning, have your case recalled? Because we don't have them, or the court doesn't have them.
Okay.
Can you do that? Yes, call and have them, and then we'll have you call back up once those are sent here, okay?
Okay.
Does that work, Judge?
That's fine, as long as we get the report.
Yes, just have them send their report ASAP.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Shannon.
State of Ohio versus Patrick Murtha, case number PRC 24241. It's Mr. McCown's case, he was just in the courtroom, did he walk out?
Patrick Murtha.
Remember, he was supposed to be here. I know we had continued it so that he could complete his DIP school, so I don't know why he's not here today. If I could have an opportunity to investigate that.
I'm asking for another continuance.
Yeah, if I could, Your Honor.
Any objection from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All this, where we're setting most cases in August now, let's. No, the 2nd is okay.
I'll be out of town, Your Honor, actually that day. No, I'm sorry, actually. Looks like I have a hearing that day.
The 5th is not good.
The 9th I can do.
The 9th we have a jury trial. I'm not sure. I'm assuming that's still on.
I could do 9th or 12th, Your Honor.
12th is okay.
Sure.
12th. August 12th will be the next hearing. At defendant's request.
We can waive time, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Scott Tierney, case number CRB 24263.
Smith's case set for a pretrial.
Yeah, we're set for trial.
If you could just move.
Your Honor, I believe we do have this one set for trial next Monday. We'll just, I don't know. I think she's looking for Mr. Hill's notes on this.
That's my notes, was pretrial today, if not resolved, trial next Monday at noon.
And that's what I'm waiting to know if Mr. Hill has any, or Ms. Wally, for that matter, has any resolutions, suggestions, or, right now we're set for trial, we plan to go to trial. But since there's some alleged victims in this, I guess we need input from them.
This is the one I think I've been trying to get a video.
Your Honor, I believe our office has spoken to the victim, but I do not have notes here. If I could just have a few minutes to speak with Mr. Smith and then...
That's fine, we can recall it.
We'll recall it later in the
State of Ohio versus Aaron Wenzel, case number CRB 2427. Aaron Wenzel, Mr. Stiers.
This was a case that was going to be dismissed if the costs were paid without appearance.
Your Honor, I checked this morning and costs had not been paid, and last I looked outside, Mr. Wenzel had not checked in. I have no further information.
How do you wish to proceed?
If I could have a brief continuance, I could try to get him in here.
At this request, I'll continue this.
I'll be here, I'm not here third Friday of this week, but I'm here every other upcoming court date. I don't know if there's any days that are better than others with the dockets.
Well, is a week sufficient, or you want 2 weeks?
2 weeks would probably be better.
July 22nd at defendant's request.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Chase W. Rickman, case number CRB 23525, TRD 23650. That's marked as Mr. Stiers' case too.
Oh.
Mr. Stiers' case, pretrial. It had been set previously for a pretrial May 28th.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize, yeah, it was, I hadn't been set since then, correct?
Right.
Okay, I wasn't aware Mr. Rickman was here today.
Apparently, he got arrested on the warrant and had to post a bond on July the 5th.
Does the state have Mr. Rickman's file?
Jasmine, I'll have to go get it.
Okay. I asked to have this recalled once we get the file back. I don't have my file either. I'll take a look at the court's file.
Let us know when you're ready to recall.
Okay, thank you.
State of Ohio versus Bridget Ellis, case number CRB 19820, CRB 18235, CRA 18171, CRB 16133. Mr. Morgan's case.
else is at Hope Source. She has a positive report. Okay. Very good.
Judge, she'd like to ask you if it would be possible to do community service near Ironton, or Ironton, that's where she resides.
Yeah, that's fine, she can do it at Ironton Municipal Court. If you do it at the dog pound, you make arrangements, you have to call and make an appointment to do it there.
They can go Monday through Friday without an appointment, Your Honor, as long as they're by 8.
All right, August 12th for the next hearing.
Give me 1 second, Judge. I'm here then.
Okay, August 12th will be your next hearing, Ms. Ellis. Good job, keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
State of Ohio versus Tanya M. Harding, CRB 24206.
So, my next one is, because I had to find this right here. I read
Is that pretty much,
She's not here, but she's on the phone this morning. I mean, Jasmine got back to her this morning.
She just got out of the hospital yesterday.
She was.
She just got out of the hospital yesterday. She called me this morning and said she can't be here. She gave her input. That's up to you if you want to continue it. But she gave her input. She wants a new contact order. These are the files. Instead of us trying to search for all.
I'll take it.
Maybe. Maybe.
Your Honor, I believe we're going to have a change of plea.
okay?
No contest with the requisite stipulation of findings of fact for guilty. And as part of that recommended sentence for your approval, I believe my client's going to agree to return some child or baby items.
Natasha Clark.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Natasha Clark is who the things are going back to.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Hardy, you agree with what Mr. Morford's representing to the court?
Yes.
Anything you wish to say?
Can there be a restraining order placed on both of us?
I can order you to stay away from her.
Okay.
She's not here, she's not before the court, I can't order her to do anything.
Okay.
Is that a request?
We would request, yes.
Okay. Is that going to be a problem for you to stay away from each other?
No.
I mean, you don't live in the same same area or
No, sir.
not related?
No.
Okay. Is there any other recommendation with regard to sentencing?
Your Honor, we would just ask for her to be placed on probation with the short suspended jail sentence.
Anything, you have a right to make a statement to the court before I sentence you. Do you have anything you want to tell me?
No.
Okay. Mr. Moore, anything you want to say?
No, Judge.
How long is probation?
Okay. I'll impose a $75 fine, order you to pay the court costs, 10 days in jail suspended, on the condition that you stay away from Natasha Park and return baby items. And how are we going to get those returned? How much volume are we talking about?
It's just PS5 games.
Okay, so it's not, is that really baby game or
It's not baby items, it's PS5 games.
it's a video game?
Video
game.
I'm not a video gamer. Do we want to drop them off here? Can you bring them here to the court, leave them at the probation office?
Yeah.
And she can come here and get them? Uh, 2 years of level 4 or level 5 probation. Review hearing will be December 30th. And when can you drop those off, ma'am?
Within this week.
Okay, sometime this week, drop them off. 8:30 to 4.
Okay.
Will that be at 9 o'clock in December, Judge?
9 a.m. on December 30th, yes. For a review.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She'll need to see Mr. Major before she leaves about her probation.
Have a good day.
Okay.
State of Ohio versus Robert E. Gensley, case number CRB 23-324, CRA 21-345, CRB 21-346, CRB 21-222, CRB 21-114 A and B, CRB 21-115 A and B.
Judge Wood, Hughes re-entry.
When did he start there?
the 9th of May.
Do you have a report or anything from him?
No, sir.
So someone transported you guys?
Yeah, they just dropped me off. Transportation is busy at TCC.
Is Brian still here? Can you give me any report on Mr. Hensley? Can you give me a report on Mr. Hensley?
Yes, we just went out.
Remember, I was in the game coming to court when the game broke down, and you had to call the judge and get a message from
I'll be right back first. Okay, we'll recall.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
State of Ohio versus Kathy Knight, case number CRB 24147, A and B.
Mr. Morford's case, federal pretrial. So you had a change in counselor, how's that going? Okay?
Yeah.
Says you have some mixed emotions about it, I guess.
What is it?
You had some reservations or worries maybe about the change? Those have been resolved? You're good with the new man or lady?
So we'll continue on.
Please, Judge. I think we're, hopefully have turned the corner.
August 16th.
I'm here then, Judge.
Pretrial on August 16th, 10 o'clock.
I think you're on.
You're on.
State of Ohio versus Elijah Lewis, case number CRB 24333.
Mr. Morford's case, pretrial.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Do you recall, Judge?
Okay, we'll recall this case later in the trial.
State of Ohio versus Justin Michael Reaper, case number CRB 24226.
Mr. Morford's case.
Oh, this is from her. She came to because he was in jail. He was in jail. Because he's here on the
Judge, he's reported no problems since he's been with the court.
Well, we've got a case pending. What's on theft? What are we going to do with that?
He said he's going to dismiss it as a good deal.
you could get the reports from the VA, that I was going to come.
I don't think he said that. Judge, do you have a report from the VA that he's attending counseling there?
No.
Should I contact Amanda to get one?
That would be fine.
Okay. Would you recall this case?
Yes.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Stephen R. Scott. Case number TRC 2489.
This is Mr. Morford's case, pre-trial. We've already done a plea entered, and we're allowing Mr. Scott to treatment before sentencing. Sounds like he's completed. Yes. This is a second offense, OVI, from January of this year, with a test score of 909, prior conviction in 2022.
It's my understanding, based upon my notes, that the agreement was that if Mr. Scott completed treatment, that we would recommend sentencing as a first offense instead of a second offense.
Okay. Mr. Morford?
Will do.
All right, one thing I want Mr. Scott to understand, if I go ahead and do this, sentence you as if it's a first, but it is a second, it's going to go on your record. So if you get another OVI in this court or any other court, you could jump from no jail time to a minimum of 30 days in jail. I mean, on a third offense, the minimum is 30 days in jail. If you have a low test score, if you have a high test score, it could be 2 months in jail. Mandatory. You understand that?
Yes.
That's one of the fallouts of you getting this conviction.
I don't plan on getting another one, thank you.
Well, I hope not. That was the plan for you to go to treatment, is that we fix this and we don't have you having these kind of issues. Is there anything you want to tell me before I sentence you?
No.
Are you working? What do you do?
I actually just got promoted. I want to say about 3 months ago. I'm a traveling assistant manager for Sharp Holding. I've been going to Athens the past 2 months. Thursday through Sunday they have me up there. And then I come back here and I work at the little IHOP in Russell on Mondays. So my shifts are long. I work 10 to 10.
So what days do you have off?
I'm off. Some weeks it's Wednesday and Thursday, and then other weeks it's just Thursday.
Okay. Well, you're gonna have some community service to do, but you can get here to do community service.
Gotcha. Oh yeah. Is there any of them that I could do in Ironton? Because that's where I'm from. I actually just bought a house there.
You can do it at the Arraignments Municipal Court.
Gotcha.
Okay, I'm going to impose a fine. This will be a first. We're treating it as a first. I'm going to impose a $500 fine. Court costs, 20 days in jail, suspended. I'm not going to require him to go to the driver intervention program since he's done other counseling. So no dip school. 6-month license suspension, which is just about up. But you'll need to get reinstated.
Gotcha. So how would that work really? Like, because I just got it. Well, you told me to go before and get it reinstated. So do I just go back to the BMV and get it reinstated again?
Contact the BMV and do whatever they want you to do to get reinstated. Most likely, you'll have to pay a reinstatement fee.
I got you.
You may have to show proof of insurance too. I'm not sure if they'll require that now. Then act. Okay, take out the dip school. And I'm going to up the community service to 40 hours of community service. Review here December 30th at 9 a.m. for this coming year, December 30th, 24th. And you're asking for driving privileges?
When would my suspension be done? Because I know that I got.
It's actually done July 12th, so you really don't need driving privileges because you're almost there.
Yeah, I'll go get it reinstated on the 12th.
Okay. That's it. That's the only offense he had. So we'll need to see Mr. Major about your probation and be here on the 30th. If you get everything done, you don't have to come to your review.
Gotcha.
Any questions?
No, sir.
That's all.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Sunny Steel, case number CRB 24288.
Mr. Morphin's case. Pretty tough.
So you want to trial?
Yep.
And the question is, do you want to the bench or do you want to do it? I think he's a very fair man. I'd have no problem. Having to trial me.
I just want Ethan to be brought in here and know that he's lied.
Your next question is Judge Capper. But we can't let the judge know that unless we are in a trial. Or I've got some way of bringing a motion. Judge, he wants this settled by a bench trial.
Okay. August 2nd.
I can't do the second, Your Honor.
Fifth.
Yes, sir, I'm here then.
Is that date okay with the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
August the 5th at noon for trial.
need to get in. Ready. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Just call your office.
State of Ohio versus James C. Thompson. Case number CRB 24361.
Warford State's pretrial.
How you doing? How you doing? No problem. What's your name?
Jimmy Thompson.
What is it?
Jimmy. Jimmy.
Jimmy what?
Jimmy Thompson.
The last one I know is. Judge, I don't think we've been served with answers to discovery yet in Mr. Thompson's case.
Your Honor, if I may, our office has spoken with the victim, and we have a written statement here stating that the victim does not wish to pursue these charges. So we would ask that the case be dismissed at this time.
No objection. Thank you.
Case will be dismissed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Wood.
State of Ohio versus Hunter Tooley. Case number CRB 24385, A and B.
Mr. Norfolk's case. He's at hometown recovery. Yes.
How are you doing?
Well, he's been, out on holiday. His cases aren't resolved yet.
Okay, so the report.
He's probably not going to get all done today. And he's got that many cases, that many charges. I'm not going to do this protection.
Continue on, Your Honor.
How are things with Grandma? Good? Good. Better? Good. Well, okay, let's keep going. You got a good report, making progress, so let's keep it up that way. August 5th? Next hearing, August 5th?
Yes, Judge.
August 5th for pretrial, 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio recalls Chase W. Rickman, case number CRB 23525.
Mr. Steyer's case.
Your Honor, it appears we have two matters pending here, one being an old DUS where there's some fines, court costs, and community service owed, and the other being a still pending aggravated menacing. I took a look at the state's file, and I guess I wasn't here Friday, but apparently there was an arraignment at that time for failure to appear, and it's my understanding that the victim appeared in person and stated that she didn't wish to pursue the charges. I've confirmed that with Jasmine, and so what the state was willing to offer would be a dismissal on that charge in exchange for the payment of court costs. Now, there's obviously all this stuff on this other case that needs to be paid. So if the court were willing to go along with that and the state was still willing to do that, and Mr. Rickman was willing to go along with that, what it has to do is set this out maybe about a month. And even if we don't expect to have everything done, expect to see some significant progress toward these various issues, set it for another pre-trial, and at that point, regroup and see where we stand.
All right, I agree with that. So, August the 5th?
We'd make 100% certain. I know I'm clear the rest of July, but I don't know about August off the top of my head. I'm available.
Okay.
So write that
At this
down.
point, they're both going to stay on the docket for August 5th, and we'll see what Mr. Rickman does on his old case. From now and then.
So August 5th, 10 o'clock.
Both is pre-trial, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio recalls Shannon McPherson, case number CRB 2439.
Step outside, I'll talk to you real quick.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I do have quite healthy report faxed in from Osmond.
Yes, and she's still in treatment, so it's going to be one of those ongoing things. I would ask the case be dismissed at this time, and I've not had a chance to file a formal motion, but I'd make an oral motion that the medical records be admitted under seal. And not
Any
just,
objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, case is dismissed. I'm ordering the medicals in the file to be placed on envelope and sealed, not released to the public.
thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. I didn't, there was no cost mentioned, right?
Judge, I honestly don't know.
No cost.
I don't think there was. She's in Marion, Ohio now. She's not going to be back, so I would ask no cost.
State of Ohio versus Scott Bryant, case number CRB 24394.
I heard that.
Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Thompson has some sort of medical issue he texted me about that he was not going to be able to be here today. Did he inform you, or did you know that Mr. Thompson was unable to be here today?
No. He asked me to sit in, Judge.
He had texted me that he had some sort of medical issue that he couldn't be here today.
Yes.
And you are staying with your sister, is that right? Is that working out okay, or?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything we can accomplish today? From the state's perspective?
I'm not sure, unfortunately, right at this moment, Your Honor.
Right. Scott needs to go.
There's no phone number. Okay, we'll have to reset that or we'll have to try again because there's no phone number.
Judge, that information I got from Mr. Thompson is that Mr. Hield has not been able to contact the victim, so they don't know whether or not they want to proceed or not.
That is correct, Your Honor. We would ask that it be reset, and then we will attempt to subpoena the victim.
Mr. Thompson won't be here next Monday either, Judge.
2 weeks then, the 22nd, or?
2 weeks will be fine.
Let's do the 3, because the 22nd is getting pretty full.
Okay.
About the 29th. Do you know if he can be here then? Mr. Morgan?
I'm sorry?
Do you know if Mr. Thompson can be here in 3 weeks?
He said he would be.
Okay, July 29th.
2 weeks would be best.
We'll make it 3 weeks. July 29th, 10 o'clock. State will subpoena the complaining party for that.
We'll waive time, Judge, too.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. That's when you can get hold of Mr. Thompson. Yes,
State of
sir.
Ohio versus Danielle Injustice, case number CRB 24-126, TRD 24-520.
This was also Mr. Thompson's case. She's in
West Virginia.
She's in a treatment facility in Bluefield, I believe.
West Virginia somewhere, Judge.
I thought maybe she was here by teleconference, but I don't see her. And you say he's not available on the 15th?
No, he asked that this one be continued for 3 or 4 weeks to let her get stabilized at this new facility.
Okay. July 29th, 3 weeks. Be the next week call, 10 o'clock.
Thank you,
State of
Judge.
Ohio recalls James A. Kelly Jr., case number CRB 24-152, A and B. Mr. Stratton's case is short.
Mr. Stratton is teleconference. Mr. Kelly is here in person.
Your Honor, I just got a text message from Mr. Keel saying he's going to be there in less than 10 minutes. So,
We're wearing Mr. Kelly out, going back and forth. So you're
I
asking?
know, he mentioned that he wasn't feeling too well. To speak with Mr. Keel, all we need to do is send this out 9 days. But Mr. Hill was speaking that the victim in this case wanted the modification of the temporary protection order so that she could communicate with him about the divorce and about doing that. Ms. Waldo, are you okay with going with that, or?
Okay. Your Honor, the last time Jasmine spoke with the victim, that was not the case, but if Mr. Hield has spoken with someone over the weekend, I'm not sure. So if that's what he's telling Mr. Stratton, then obviously I have no reason to not believe that.
Okay. All right, so,
I can't, this is the total stuff.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the last thing you said, sir.
I have a statement from Mr. Hill that explains all of that, reports to the court.
Okay.
Okay.
The court will it.
All right, you're doing
I
that.
told him, Judge, and I'm going to send it to you right now. I just sent it to you.
I have it. Okay, she says she's not coming back to this area. She's okay with talking to him by phone in order to try to finalize issues with regard to divorce and how they're going to divide some things.
Doesn't it say drop, Your Honor, doesn't it say drop the TPA?
Yes, drop the protection order so you can talk.
Right.
And that continue this for a period of 90 days, and then if there's no further problems in that time frame, it would be dismissed at the end of the 90 days.
Yes.
And that's, the defendant's agreeable with that arrangement?
Your Honor, I've
Yes,
been...
sir.
Mr.
Finley?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. You're agreeable with that, correct?
Yes, I'm agreeable to that.
Okay.
I have one other request, Your Honor.
What's that?
Amanda has been using my military discount in North Carolina and South Carolina, and she is not a veteran. She's using my veterans identification to get discounts, and she's done that as recently as on the 3rd, and I have paperwork proving that with me.
Okay.
I'd like to her not do that. Until, you know.
Well, there's nothing I can do about that because she's not here. She's not a part, she's not technically a party to this case. She's not charged with anything. She's not before the court in any official capacity. I mean, I can ask the prosecutor to pass that along. There's no way I can order her to stop that.
Your Honor, I think the prosecutor can tell her that. I think he'll be willing to tell her not to use any of that. And again, as long as I see Mr. Hill is here now, so.
You can bring that up in your divorce proceeding. I don't know, is that costing you anything, or you can bring that up in your divorce proceeding? That's where they're going to divide your property. Not here. I'm not going to divide your property.
Right, right.
Your Honor, one of the things that we wanted to try to do was, I spoke with Ms. Kelly yesterday, and she's okay with having the protection order dropped, but she's not here today, and she's in another state. I was going to try to maybe have her appear by Zoom if the court would require her presence in order to drop the protection order. She wants to be able to do that so she can talk to Mr. Kelly and arrange the terms of their divorce. She wants the divorce, she wants him to initiate the divorce because it will be able to be done quicker here in Ohio than it would if she were to try to file in the state where she's now living. So that's what we would.
And then put it off for 3 months and then dismiss it at the end of the 3 months.
Yes.
If there's no further problem.
Yes. So I don't know whether we have time today for us to arrange to get her on Zoom, if that would be something we do today.
Oh, we're going to be here for a while, so. I think Mr. Kelly would want to get out of here, but that's okay if you want to.
Your Honor, I think Mr. Kelly is not feeling too well. So I believe that he, I don't think he's feeling too well.
So that's, what we'll try to do is, and I've already spoken with her about what we would have to do to get on Zoom, and she's aware of it and prepared to do that. I just don't have the codes and all that to give her yet. But we can have that called up later, perhaps, if that's okay with the court.
All right. So you want Mr. Kelly to stay?
No, I don't, unless he wants to, we wouldn't need him. All we're going to do is ask for modification of protection. Well, she's okay with the continuance, but she wanted that modification too, so that they could expedite maybe get the divorce done. I don't know whether they need counsel or not.
All right. It's up to you, Mr. Kelly, if you want to stick around and hear what your potential ex-wife is going to say to the court, but I'm probably going to drop the protection order. She confirms that. And
If she can, do I have to stay?
You do not.
I believe, I believe what I believe what Lawyer Hill says is true. My lawyer said the same thing. I believe that's what's going to happen, and yeah, I'm feeling ill.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to set your case out for October the 7th. It's going to be dismissed then if there's been no further problems. mean, is there cost requested or not?
We won't request costs on this.
No cost, so in other words, it's just gonna happen automatically unless something happens between you, there's a flare-up, then it won't be dismissed, otherwise it'll be dismissed on that
Oh,
day.
if the divorce is not finished, will
It'll still be dismissed.
It'll still be dismissed.
If
All right, thank you.
you.
Thank you very much.
You are.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
State of Ohio versus James Sarton, case number TRC 24897, A, B, and C.
Mr. Stratton's case also set for pretrial, James Sarton.
Your Honor, we received the discovery in this case. We've also received the video. I just ask that you set for one more pre-trial so I can be present so we can resolve this with the prosecutor.
You have a preference for a date?
Maybe the first week of August would be best.
Could you stay just a few more minutes for the context that
August 2nd.
Yes, that'll work.
Next hearing will be August 2nd for pretrial, 10 o'clock.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Matthew Campbell, TRC 24918, A and B.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. All right, Mr. McCann is representing Mr. Campbell.
Yes, Your Honor. My understanding, based upon pretrial negotiations, that the state was moved to dismiss the DUS. In exchange, Mr. Campbell would enter a plea of no contest with a stipulation finding guilt on the left of center.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, I'll agree with that. So the A case is dismissed. On the left of center, on page $20 fine cost.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He can pay that today.
Yes, Your Honor.
See the clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Case will be concluded. Okay, on the James Kelly case, I guess the complaining party is not going to appear. I've seen a text where she asked for the protection order to be dropped, so I'll order it dropped. The case is continued to October 7th for a hearing, then it will be dismissed. The protection order is withdrawn.
State of Ohio recall Scott Tierney, case number CRB 24263. Ms. Tyler Smith's case.
I think we do have a resolution. I've told Ms. Waldo that we're going to go ahead and change our plea to no contest and see what effects the county will go to. I believe that the resolution to it is a suspended sentence. I don't know how much time they want to suspend. He's already in therapy, so there's no need for an assessment unless they want him to be reassessed with his therapist, and there's no contact.
Was there any, just briefly looked at the affidavit, is there some question about missing property or restitution?
I believe that's what the vehicle.
They've got it, they
They've
took it
got
that day.
Okay, I believe they retrieved whatever property it was that day of the incident.
Toolbox or something like that?
I believe it was.
I never heard about that.
It was that vehicle.
Vehicle.
Yeah, there's a vehicle with the tow company. I believe that they retrieved the vehicle. I think it's a vehicle box.
We need to
No.
Yeah.
salvage vehicles in Jackson. Salvage for it. And it needs to be addressed. The fines, fees, the fees for it will be addressed.
Your Honor, it's my understanding that the vehicle is in a salvage yard in Jackson, Ohio, and so the victim is requesting the fines, the fees, I'm sorry, in order to get the vehicle out of the salvage yard to be paid by Mr. Tierney. Do you know how much that is?
I'm not sure why it's in a salvage yard if they retrieved it.
It's at the Cogan's garage right now.
It's Cody's vehicle and they have it stored at their place. I don't know why he would have to pay fees for it. Yeah, that wasn't part of the deal. I mean, that's not, they took it that day, so he wouldn't be responsible for what they did with it afterwards.
Scratch that.
Okay. So there is no restitution?
No.
No.
So what was the plea you wished to enter?
No contest, Your Honor. We stipulate the facts sufficient for finding guilty on this.
All right, Mr. Attorney, do you agree with your attorney?
Reluctantly, yes.
Well, you don't have to.
We've debated back and forth, Your Honor, and I believe this is, he's aware and he's willing to change the plea.
Yes.
All right, you have a right to make a statement to the court if you wish.
No.
Okay. There was also mention of a gun in the affidavit. Is that been returned, or it says it's placed in evidence? What's going on with that?
The sheriff still has it.
I believe the sheriff's department still has the firearm.
So what's the time of it? Has that been discussed?
It hasn't, Your Honor.
So this is why we're here.
Yeah, but it's your firearm. It's
Well,
what they got.
actually, well,
It's your wife's firearm. This is from the son? Yeah. Okay, I mean, that's just taking access to the firearm. Do you have any firearms at your house? During your probation period?
No.
Okay. All right. I mean, if he doesn't have access to firearms anyway, so it's come to a point, so that's fine. I mean, the firearm belongs to his wife. But
Okay.
So what's the issue on the gun?
It's my understanding the firearm belongs to Mr. Tierney's wife, so that can be returned to his wife, but we would ask that a specific term of his probation be that he, Mr. Tierney, not have access to firearms.
Okay. Is that agreeable?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any kind of order to stay away? I'm trying to figure this out, but it sounds like Mr. Tierney was an employee of Cogan's.
He's no longer employed.
Right.
He has a new job now.
Does there need to be some order to stay away from Cogan's?
Yes, he does want a no contact order, and I think Jasmine is preparing that as we speak.
I believe that one of the employees is also his son. So
Yeah, he still works at...
He works at Cogan's, I believe, and he's one of the alleged victims in this case. So, and I believe he's contacting them. So it's going to. I mean, I don't know if he's going to shut the house or anything else. So that's the only
issue of the no contact with the son. It'd be better if he doesn't
Well,
come
I'm
to the
just gonna
house.
worry you stay away from Cogan's, I'm not gonna worry you stay away from the son.
Okay.
Except when he's at Cogan's, he can't go there.
Right, now, he has no reason to go to Cogan's. If he needs a car towed, he'll just have to call somebody else. Okay.
All right, I'll impose a $200 fine, order to cost be paid, 20 days in jail suspended, on the condition you stay away from Kenneth Cogan and the Cogan's record service. 2 years of level 5 probation, which is non-recording, except there'll be a review hearing December 30th. Yet, after the period you have, paid your fine for court Any questions?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
You'll need to see Mr. Major before you leave. We're in jail for some hearings.
State of Ohio versus Stephen Atkins, case number CRA 24418.
Oh, sorry.
Thomas Burton is on that.
So are you Stephen Atkins? All right, Mr. Atkins, your audio is turned off usually at the headphones. So try again. Can you speak so I can see if I can hear you? Say something, sir. Mr. Atkins, can you say something, please? Okay, he's still muted.
Yes, Your Honor, can you hear me?
Now I can, yes, now you're coming through.
Okay,
All right, I'm Judge Capper at the Lawrence County Municipal Court. This is your arraignment hearing. It's alleged that there's a warrant for you out of the Common Police Court in Franklin County, Ohio, that's Columbus. And you have a right to have a hearing about that here in this court. It's called a Rule 4 hearing. It's alleged that there's a felony filed trafficking in drugs charge against you in Franklin County. This looks like an old case.
it is, Your Honor. If it's okay to speak, don't know if I just left, I didn't sign my papers or something like that at the end of that probation, but I called my attorney a couple years later, and it's supposed to be straightened out where there is no warrant or anything like that. I go to Columbus all the time. I live in Huntington. I have 5 kids. I go to Columbus to work.
Okay,
Well, told me it was clear, everything's been clear, I haven't had any problems, so I don't understand the whole thing really.
Well, we need to check on it then. You have a right to have an attorney to have one appointed if you can't afford one, to have bail and to make the state prove this charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you want to be considered for a court-appointed lawyer?
Yes, please.
Are you working?
I landscape, I work for myself.
Okay, I have to determine your gross annual income. What can you tell me? Do you file an income tax return?
I do, self-employed, yes.
What do you show as your gross income per year?
What I do is somewhere around 15 a year.
Okay, well, that's correct. You're eligible for court-appointed counsel. Mr. Steyer, you're...
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to appoint Mr. Steyer as your attorney. He's here in the courtroom now.
Okay.
You can probably see him if you look on the monitor. This is supposedly it's an old capias from Franklin County 2013, but he says he thought it should have been lifted by now, but it's still apparently on record. So, and you live in Huntington, Mr. Atkins?
I do.
What's your current address?
1440 Lynn Street, Lynn, Huntington, West Virginia, 25701.
Do you have a phone?
Yes, 304-521-7027. That's my father's number, I have to give you now, I'll have fun with it.
What's his name?
Vernon Atkins, Bernon.
Does he know you're in jail?
I don't think him or my wife know, none of my kids, I need to get a hold of someone. I was just hoping that maybe this can be figured out. Maybe I can do a safe surrender. Can I bond out here or something? And then
Well,
take care of
we're gonna talk about that here in a second. Do you have any other numbers? Do you have like a number for your spouse?
A number for my spouse?
Yes.
It's 681-321-2667.
What's her name?
Tabitha.
Atkins?
Yes. I'll pay any amount. If there's any way to volunteer to get it taken care of, I'll go there all the time. It should be clear. I don't really understand.
Would the state be opposed to I guess like a cash or surety bond?
I'll even go to Columbus. You give me a time frame. You want me there next week? I'll be there this week. Doesn't matter.
All right.
State take any position on bond?
No, Your Honor.
I'm gonna set your bond at $1,500 cash or surety. That's a pretty low bond, so probably for $150 you can get out. Is that a bond you think you could post?
My father probably could, yeah, if I could use the phone here to get a hold of my father and wife. I don't know if he can physically make it here to get
Here's what I'll do, sir. I'll give you a call here in 5 or 10 minutes, or even fewer than that. You'll step out of the courtroom and get some contact information, and I'll get a bondsman in touch with your family.
Okay, the two numbers I just gave you are my only contacts.
I didn't get them both down, but I think the judge wrote them down.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm big rude or anything. I can't.
No, I got one of them, but not the other one.
Okay,
So,
I'll grab both in the file if you want the file.
so I'll grab the file. Do we want to set this back, Your Honor? Well, let's see what
Do you want to have it recalled or?
let's go ahead and have it. Let's go ahead and set it back. He sounds like he's pretty confident we can get a bond set.
Okay. In a week?
I'm back here Monday, so yeah, let's just set it back for Monday, if that's okay, Your Honor, and we'll.
I'll set it for the 15th of July. So if you get out a bond, then you need to report up to Franklin County or somehow get them to withdraw the warrant before next Monday, July 15th. If you're not unable to do that and you're out on bond, then you have to report to my court July 15th and explain why you didn't get that warrant withdrawn.
Okay, so if I can get the Franklin, just get there.
Yeah.
15.
Turn
Okay.
yourself in and get the warrant withdrawn. Do you know where this court is located?
Not exactly, but I can find it though.
It's in Chesapeake. You live in Huntington?
Yeah, I'm real close.
So it's within about a mile from the 6th Street Bridge.
Yeah, it's
on
across
52.
across the street from the flea market.
I know exactly where that is then.
Okay,
I didn't know
so,
that's what that building was, but now picture it, I know where it's at then.
all right, Mr. Atkins, Mr. Steyer's going to call and talk to you. I'll set your next hearing for July the 15th, and we won't recall it unless something comes up and you feel like it needs recalled.
Can I go ahead and take more files I've called? Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Your lawyer's going to call you here in just a few minutes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Thomas Burton, case number CRA 24407, CRA 24403 A and B, CRB 22352, CRB 2566 A and B, and Danny Stickler is on this.
Thomas Burton, as Mr. Smith's case.
It is, Judge. I'd spoken with Ms. Walter. The plan was, and I've also spoken with my client by telephone this morning, to waive extradition to Knox County, Mount Vernon. They were going to nollie the felonies here, but he got some more charges Friday. I can't remember what those were. Obviously, in court, his name got called up, and I don't know.
Okay, we've got Mount Vernon, that's.
Yes, he's willing to waive extradition there.
We've got 24403.
There's a couple of them.
Which
There's 2 drug charges.
that was a possession of heroin.
Familiar with that one?
June 27, 2024.
Yes.
From here. 22352. obstructing official business, and that's from here, looks like he's already been sentenced on that. And 2566 A and B was a theft offense from here. So, looks like the only thing are the charges here and the one from Mount Vernon.
Yeah, the state, I'm not speaking for Ms. Walter, but I believe they will nolly the felony possession charges here, and he would waive extradition to Knox County.
That is correct, Your Honor.
They would proceed directly to the grand jury's their intention if they nolly.
Okay, so we're going to nolly 24403 A and B to the grand jury.
Yes, sir. And he does believe he could make a bond in the nature of $1,500. He tells me it's a misdemeanor charge in Knox County that he has to take care of. Is that right, Mr.?
Failure to appear on some kind of driving or suspension.
Yes.
Failure to pay child support.
So I think that would be a reasonable bond. He thinks he can make that. Is that right? $1,500 bond?
Okay, I'll set bond at $1,500, and you can post it today.
Yeah, I should go.
I'll get hold of Mr. Sowers, Judge, and put him in
I'll give you
touch.
till 4 p.m. today.
Now, does that mean the 10%?
Well, that's what he usually charges.
Usually.
Okay, yeah, because I have most of the money on my book. Now, sir, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Am I supposed to bond out here on the possession charges and then go up there?
No, they're just going to take those directly to the grand jury. They acknowledge those to the grand jury so you can get indicted. It's going to take a while for that to happen.
We talked about waiving the grand jury. It makes more sense just to dismiss the charges here, and they're going to take them directly to the grand jury. So we don't have to worry about the waiver that we talked about,
Okay,
except the extradition waiver.
okay.
Your Honor, did I misunderstand that? Are they not waiving the CRA 24403 to the grand jury? I mean, they're nulling it outright, or they're
We're nolling.
nulling to the grand jury? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, we got two different waiver things going, yes.
Then on 24407, I'm ordering I'm trusting you're going to post a bond. You get released today after you post your bond. Then I'm ordering you to go turn yourself in Mount Vernon before next Monday. Or if you don't do that, you got to show up back in this court in Chesapeake, explain why you didn't do that next Monday morning. If you don't do either, then I'll issue a bench warrant and the bail bondsman will be looking for you.
Yeah, I'll do what I'm told, sir.
And Judge, in just the odd event that will be set on the calendar next Monday, I've got to try with Judge Farrell. Could my brother, somebody stand in for that limited purpose?
Yes.
Okay. I'm hoping we don't have to, but just in case.
He also he's got a couple of old cases that he still has things he owes on.
I saw that.
So just to keep track of them, I'm going to put them on the docket for Monday also.
Okay.
If he's got the warrant withdrawn in Mount Vernon by then, I'll just put those out further, maybe about a month out. You need to work on those. If you haven't appeared, you'll get a warrant on those too.
I'll get it taken care of, sir.
So the remaining things are set for July 15th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, good luck.
Hey, Mr. Smith,
Yes, sir.
if you could, you try to come up real quick for me and let them know about this.
You got a phone number and a name?
681.
Was that the one you gave me earlier?
Yes, sir.
Oh, God, never mind. I do have it. Yes, I'll do that.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
State of Ohio versus Danny Stickler, case number CRA 24420, CRB 24421, A, B, and C.
Okay, this is for arraignment, and you're Danny Stickler?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stickler, I'm Judge Capper. This is an arraignment hearing at the Lawrence County Municipal Court in Chesapeake. Your charges were faxed down to the jail about an hour ago, so you should either have them or they're there for you to get. The first charge filed against you, 24420A, is felonious assault. Well, before I go, let me tell you what your rights are. You have a right to, yeah, felonious assault. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. You do make statements, though. It's all being recorded, so it can be used against you if you admit something about your case. You have a right to have an attorney and have one appointed if you can't afford one. You have a right to bail. You have a right to make the state prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those things? Okay, the felonious assault alleges that at Fayette Township here in Lawrence County, on July the 6th, you not only caused or tried to cause physical harm to Maria Chapman by means of a deadly weapon. So that's a felony 1, felonious assault. The maximum penalty is 10 years in jail and $20,000 fine. Okay, the B case alleges that July the 6th, Fayette Township, you not only caused or tried to cause physical harm to Michael Chapman by means of a deadly weapon. Also, felonious assault, same possible penalty, 10 years in jail, $20,000 fine. Then we got some more charges, 24-421A, aggravated menacing. Okay, this alleges that on July the 6th, in Fayette Township, you knowingly caused Michael Chapman to believe you would cause serious physical harm to his person or property. That's aggravated menacing. It's a first-degree misdemeanor. Maximum penalty 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. The B case alleges also Fayette Township, July 6th, that you caused Maria Chapman to believe you caused serious physical harm to her personal property. Also aggravated menacing. First degree misdemeanor, maximum penalty 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. Case number 24-421C, criminal trespass. It alleges July 6th, Fayette Township, without the right to do so, you went on the premises of another person. That's a fourth degree misdemeanor, maximum penalty is 30 days in jail, $250 fine. Do you understand all these charges? Do you understand the rights you have?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the money to hire a lawyer?
No.
Do you have a job?
I did.
What were you doing?
I was working at Arby's.
Now, paid by the hour? You were getting paid by the hour?
I was paid by the hour.
How much?
10 something, 1040.
Okay. You're eligible for court appointment counsel. I'll appoint Roger Smith to represent you.
Would it be possible to have the hearing this Friday, if the state's available to do that? I have that trial Monday.
Okay. Can we do the preliminary Friday, Mr. Mueller?
Who's in our office?
Michael Chapman, is that correct?
We can be prepared to have it on Friday, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll set the next hearing for this Friday, which is the 12th.
Thank you.
July 12th will be the next hearing on this case. The preliminary hearing, what kind of bonds is the state going to ask for here?
Thank you. Your Honor, we would ask for a $20,000 cash assurance and a protection order.
I will speak with him, but I'm going to assume you cannot make a $20,000 cash surety bond. Am I correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
You cannot make it? Probably what a good question.
No.
Do you have any funds to post any type of bond?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There'll be a protection order to stay away from the claimed parties, which Maria Chapman, I said Michael Chapman, I think that's one of the first. Yeah, he signed the affidavit, so I don't know who the officer is. Okay, you gotta stay away from Marie and Michael Chapman. You do make bond. Next hearing will be this Friday, July the 12th, at the court in Chesapeake. So if you do make bond, you have to be in court on Friday at 10 a.m. If you're still on custody, I'll see you on the teleconference.
I'll give you a call.
Okay. Okay, that finishes hearings at the jail.
State of Ohio versus Nicholas Atkins, case number CRB 24295, CRA 24294.
Mr. Smith's case.
It is, Judge.
He's been at WP.
Yes, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Okay, he's finished the inpatient, now he's an outpatient, he's complying to it.
Yes.
Very good.
Sounds like he's just beginning his outpatient, Judge, if you want to come back. See how he's doing, I think he'll do well.
Mr. Hill.
We are okay with that with the time waiver now.
Oh, wait, yes, Judge. I'm here August 5th or 12th, well, 2nd, 5th, or 12th.
Go later in August. That last half of August, which is good.
Okay, I could do the 19th, is that far enough?
Yeah, that's fine. August 19th will be the next one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good work. August 19th, 10 o'clock.
State of Ohio versus Nathan C. Beaver, case number CRA 21257. Mr. Steyer's case.
Mr. Steyer's case. Second public hearing.
Matt Roach.
Yes. And he's completed OVP. This is an old case, but he had,
Considering the age of the case and his successful completion, I don't know if the state feels this time would be appropriate for a dismissal.
Well, Your Honor, I know we discussed that at the last hearing, and apparently he has completed satisfactorily at this point, so this case is probably ripe for dismissal at this time.
all right, he'll be dismissed. Congratulations, Mr. Beaver.
Good job, man, good job. Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Thomas Massey, case number CRA 24-242.
He's sitting just outside the door.
Mr. Freshoff.
Yeah, we're just getting started.
It's a positive report though, Your Honor, it appears.
How do you wish to proceed?
I assume the state's gonna wanna see a little bit further, get further along than this, so I don't know what kind of a time frame the court deems appropriate at this point. I think probably got a little further, but
Right, you just got a rain on May 20th.
I'm all, okay, I was thinking this one was a little older than that, but about a month then. I'll be here the 5th. We've set a hearing for that day already.
How about something a little bit later?
Okay, well, it looks like August is pretty clear, so if there's a date that works in August, I'll be here.
19th.
Thank you.
Set for the 19th for your next hearing, continue with your treatment and be in the courtroom next time your case is called.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
There you go. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus recalled William Sherry, case number CRB 24338. William Sherry.
Set for arraignment on missing the hearing on July 5th. That to be passed will be a warrant issue. He's not here.
State of Ohio recalls Crystal McMillan, case number CRB 16688.
You had a review hearing Friday that you missed.
Yeah,
Do you have an explanation for that?
I really did just forget about the hearing. I was in the middle of talking to my friend and realized after about noon I came over here and the court was already over, so,
Okay, you still have community service to do.
yeah. I paid on my fine.
Give me a commitment as to when you're going to come out for community service.
I'm off every other weekend at my new job, so do they do it, I can start doing it on Saturdays and I guess schedule it. This Saturday I am.
Okay, we'll put you down, you're making a commitment, you'll be here July 13th, 7:30 a.m., come to the west side of the building. And I'll set your next review hearing August 5th, 9 a.m. This is Crystal McMillan, she's making a commitment to be here Saturday, community service, July 13th. Cancel. I put a warrant out for last Friday, so that'll be canceled.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Jeremy A. McMillan, case numbers PRC 22769 A, B, and C, PRC 202410 A, B, and C, PRC 132341 A, B, and C. Set for sentencing.
here, I mean, you need to be sitting, you of all people should be sitting in the courtroom.
Sorry.
I know you give me a lot of credit. You know, I've been in Judge Ferguson's courtroom a lot. You know, one thing I would never do, Mr. Smith's been there too.
Yep.
Have my case called and say, oh, the lawyer's out in the hall, Judge, or his client's out in the hall. That never happens in that courtroom, does it, Mr. Smith?
It does not, absolutely does not.
So it's kind of a lack of respect to be sitting out in the hall because you don't want to be sitting in here.
I didn't mean no disrespect.
Well, that's the way I took it.
I'm sorry about that, John. I won't have it again.
So, yeah,
You will not have me again.
good. Okay, it's a good report. We'll continue on.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry about that.
I'm here,
Don't let it happen again.
No, sir.
I'm here the 5th, 12th, or 19th of August, if that helps.
We'll make it the 19th, August 19th. And you lawyers can tell your clients too. Get in the courtroom. The judge doesn't like it when you're out in the hall, or I know on warm days, people want to stand outside. Well, I want to stand outside too. I'm here on this bench for hours.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Get your hind ends in the courtroom when your case is about ready to be called. And lawyers, you should be telling your clients that. Okay.
I didn't see him, I'm sorry, I didn't see him, I wouldn't look for him.
No
He was
excuses,
hiding,
just
yeah.
do it.
I'll do it, yes.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Buford Jones, case number TRD 202767, A, B, and C, TRD 201795, A and B.
Okay, this is set for sentencing, and Mr. Stars.
It was my case prior, I think this is post-conviction, I was not reappointed.
Oh, he has a bond up, that's why I said.
Your Honor, if I may, I don't know if it reflects where he's on for sentencing. He has done community service. I don't know if it shows he owes any more. He can check with us at probation, I can let him know if he needs.
Okay, go out and check in with probation before you leave.
Yes, sir.
And we'll update your, yeah, they has been updated for a while.
He may actually be finished with it, I can't remember for sure.
With that, but probably wouldn't include his fines.
No, probably not.
Okay.
I'm gonna pay on my fines $230.
Okay, do that. Check in with probation about getting your file updated as to your community service.
Yes, sir.
If you're finished, you don't have to come back.
Okay.
If you haven't finished, then I'll set another hearing for August the 19th at 10 o'clock for sentencing.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Michael Ross, case number TRC 213080, A and B.
Mr. Steyer's case set today for sentencing. She's at the third.
Can I approach your Honor?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Your Honor, we had actually been ready to wrap, well, if you have a chance to take a look at the report, let me get that first.
Let's get a report.
We had been prepared to wrap this up last time, however, I stopped us to see if she could find proof of insurance to avoid an additional suspension. She's taking the time to look, she was unable to locate any proof of insurance. So at this point, we're going to just go ahead and ask to conclude sentencing, and she'll have to deal with another issue with the DMV, or BMV, I suppose, in Ohio.
Okay, so there had been a plea before, we just delayed sentencing while
yes,
she went to treatment. She's done well. And what's our long-range plan to make sure we don't go backwards?
I'm currently in sober living. I got a job, I work home health care, taking care of my grandmother. I'm just trying to do what I can day to day.
Okay, and you're gonna keep doing what you need to do day to day,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And do we need to make a plan where you're gonna have some outpatient help with that, or how's that?
Yeah, I will do outpatient when I get out of sober living, but I'm not sure how long my sober living is gonna be.
Okay.
Yeah, it's mandatory, anybody goes through our program now, we're making a follow up with outpatient services.
All right, I'll make that a part of your probation. Is there anything else you want to tell me about this before we conclude it?
No.
Okay. State have any input on something?
Your Honor, this is first offense. There was a refusal. It is good that this young lady has gone through treatment and done well. So if the court gave her some credit for that, we would not be opposed.
Okay. All right, it's been a journey.
Sure.
I've known you since you were, well, a lot younger.
Yes.
A lot younger, okay? So, but there's always hope, and it looks like you've turned the corner now, and I want to encourage you to stay turned on this corner that you're on now. So, but I'm going to build in some things to try. If you need some negative reinforcement too, I'm going to give that to you also.
Okay.
So, I don't want to see you go to jail, but it could happen if you mess up.
Okay.
I'm going to give you the minimum fine, although usually on a refusal I'll give a $1,000 fine, but you've done a lot of treatment, so I'm not going to do that. So I'm telling myself this is not the same Micah that did the refusal back in 2021.
Right.
Right?
That's right.
So don't prove me wrong. So I'll give you the minimum fine, $375.
Okay.
Or you pay the court costs. 6-month license suspension, so that's up. Now, do you have your license back now currently? Okay. Well, this will go on, you probably have a bunch of other stuff, old stuff on your record.
I do. I'm trying to get
I would encourage you to contact B&B and see what you have to do to get your license back. And this is going to be one of the things you'll have to at least pay a reinstatement fee.
Yeah.
And maybe show proof of insurance too.
Yeah.
But that's up to the B&B.
Okay.
So my suspension that I'm giving you is over.
Okay.
But it'll still go on record, and then you have to clear it up with the B&B. Then automatically just reinstate,
Okay.
even though the time's over. I'm going to give you 180 days in jail, and I'm going to suspend all of them.
Thank you.
So I got 6 months over your head if you screw up.
Okay.
I don't ever want to impose that. But, you know, if you have some question about, well, should I do this? Or, you know, in your back of your mind, you might think, well, I don't really want to go to jail for 6 months. So maybe that'll keep you on the straight and narrow, hopefully. I think you should do some community service. 5 days of community service. I'm not going to require you to go to the driver intervention program because you've done a bunch of counseling. Instead of that, I don't think that's going to help you, making you go pay a bunch of money to go to a 3-day program at this point. So I won't require that. Continue outpatient treatment. Now, will the outpatient be with Bethesda or with somebody else?
It'll be with Bethesda.
Okay, continue outpatient with Bethesda. It's a part of your probation.
Okay.
And I want to set a review hearing, say in a couple months. Normally I would go to December, but I want to see you sooner.
Okay.
So let's make it September 13th.
Okay.
I'll see you then at 9 o'clock to check on you, see how you're doing.
It's out the door.
She'll need to go talk to Mr. Major about her probation.
Okay.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any other cases I'm listening to? There was a B case. What was the B?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on.
She's got a B case too.
Yeah,
It's a failure to control, I'll dismiss that.
thank you.
Thanks.
State of Ohio versus Brittany Smith, case number CRB 24-171.
Okay, better than last week, but not perfect.
Now pressure on it.
Yes.
Your Honor, she's called the office and scheduled an appointment for in the morning at 8 o'clock. And as you see, her screen results are better today than they were last week.
Okay, so we're kind of on thin ice.
She's just got started.
Okay. Well, there's some improvement, but there's some cause for concern here too, because you missed some scheduled appointments. Right?
Well, she came in for an assessment, and then when she came back into schedule, we were closed because of the holiday.
Okay.
So she called this morning and scheduled an appointment for tomorrow.
All right, well, the two biggies went out,
Yes.
the most common drug in our area and the one that's killing the most people in our area.
Yes.
You tested positive for both of those before. And you didn't test for that today. So that's good. That's some progress. But I think there's still a lot of work here to be done.
Yes.
So I think we should come back maybe 3 weeks,
Be fine, Judge.
July 22nd.
I can do that, yes, sir.
You get another report.
Yes, sir.
Okay, pretrial July 22nd, looking for an improved report on that day.
Your Honor, I believe she pled guilty previously.
She did, we're just at a sentencing portal now.
Okay.
Well, I'm just not worried to sentence yet or not, but we could.
We'll put it down to sentencing.
Okay.
It'll be a sentencing instead of a pretrial.
Thank you, Judge.
You are.
State of Ohio versus Nicholas R. Adams, case number PRD 2014-80. Nicholas Adams.
Yeah.
Nicholas Adams, set for sentencing. He's failed up here, and I think he has a bond though. Yes. And yet, he has made some payments on his fines. The last one was in May. Okay, I'll let Mr. Sowers know you failed to appear. Bond forfeiture hearing for July the 29th.
State of Ohio versus Brett Mitchell, case number CRB 15891.
recovery.
Yeah, when I came last time, you told me to get, the reports from them, Sims, Mr. Major.
Okay, I want you to go do your screen here. Then I'll recall you after I get those results.
State of Ohio versus Daly and Newcomb, case number TRC 24874, A, B, and C.
Set for sentencing. Okay, and you'd already pled guilty to this.
Yeah.
Set for sentencing today. Were you gonna get proof of insurance?
I was trying to get my license, but I ain't had a car to use yet. I got my permit, got the car in my name and stuff already.
Okay, you don't have a lawyer today?
What is it, sir?
You don't have a lawyer representing you?
No,
today?
sir.
Okay, well, I don't see any reason to delay sentencing any longer. Do we have results on the screens?
Your Honor, I don't have that file out here. I don't know where it is.
Get and check, see what the results are. It's
Okay, I've got it.
Damian Newcomb.
I have it here.
You do have it, okay.
Got bad eyesight. So, since he pled guilty previously, we didn't check to see if the results were in, but I certainly can do that if it can be recalled.
Yeah, I'd like to know what his screen shows before I send him, so let's have a seat. I'm gonna have them get their screens results, and then I'll have you back up to send.
Yes, sir.
State of Ohio versus Harry M. Rude, case number TRD 22805, A and B, CRD 21392, A and B. Harry Rude.
Harry Rude's been called, he's not here. Has a bond out, he just posted, didn't appear today. So there'll be a warrant issued to Mr. Sowers. Put him also on for the 29th for bond forfeiture.
State of Ohio versus Brian Montroso, case number CRB 1733, CRB 15543, A and B, CRB 14593, TRC 111387. Brian Montroso.
Hey, Brian. I'm good. Name's Colin.
flash burn in my eyes.
So Ryan needs to go do a urine screen.
Okay.
Order him to go do a urine screen.
State of Ohio versus Justin Michael Reaper on a recall, case number CRB 24-226.
Mr. Warford's case, I still have not received anything from the VA that I know of. Let me check.
I can shed a little light on that, Judge. Amanda Rayburn is out on vacation. She got a hold of Dustin Holbrook, but Dustin does not have a release of information from Mr. Reaper. He tried to call, and they didn't touch base. Maybe if we could set it for a week or two, he could get a report.
Okay.
Can you tell the judge where you're going to?
Yeah, it's still the vet, so I just got discharged from the Army in April, so I'm still going through a period of being covered through the VA because of my disabilities. So I'm not really I don't really have treatment at the VA yet, but I'm going to the vet center, which is free for veterans for counseling, for PTSD.
How do you pay for medical services now?
I don't.
You don't have any, you don't have a medical card?
No, I won't have any until August 1st when my disability claim is approved through the VA.
And then you'll be able to go to the VA, or you'll have to go to Medicaid?
No, I'll be covered through the VA.
Okay. Well, Mr. Morford, do you want to continue until after August 1st then?
I think so, Judge. It doesn't sound like we're going to be able to get much of anything until that time.
Finished request, I'll continue this to August 12th.
Your Honor, the one issue that I have at this point is that this case is still pending.
Right.
And how it is not uncommon for, especially in a case like this, for the evidence to get lost or a witness to move on to another job or something like that. So we would need to have a plea or a trial pretty soon in order to resolve this.
Well, I don't have, if we could make that decision on the 12th.
That's fine, but my notes are going to indicate that that's the last time. And it's okay if we have a trial, too. We're not trying to force him to plead guilty, but by the same token, we do want him to get his assistance from the VA, but we don't want to just ignore what's happened to cause him to be in court.
Okay, we need to know on the 12th whether he wants to have a trial in this case, which is fine, or there's going to be a plea. And hopefully by then also we'll have information from the VAs to counseling. That's correct.
State of Ohio versus Elijah Lewis on a recall, case number CRB 24-333.
Mr. Morgan's case, Secretary Freeland.
What do you want to do with this case? Oh, change your plea, Your Honor.
Okay. What pleas he was changing?
Guilty.
Is that correct, Mr. Lewis?
Yes, Your Honor.
A guilty plea is admission that the charge is true and waives your right to have a trial and lawyer. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll order you to go take a urine screen.
Yes, Your Honor.
Come back and I'll send you after I get the results.
State of Ohio recalls Brian Montroso.
Mr. Montroso was negative. Do you have a payment on your funds today, Mr. Montroso?
Yes, sir.
How much?
15.
Okay. See the clerk. Set your next hearing for August 9th. And that'll be sent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio recalls Robert E. Hensley, case number CRB 23-324, CRA 21-345, CRB 21-346, CRB 21-222, CRB 21-114A and B, CRB 21-115A and B.
So I was able to get a verbal on him, Your Honor. Sorry about that, by the way. They have no complaints. Said that he's doing very well and is compliant in every single way.
Okay, good. Good report. Mr. Morford,
Judge, I think he's right where he needs to be.
come back in a month,
Please.
August 9th.
You're doing it.
I'm here.
August 9th will be the next one.
Just keep doing what you're doing.
Pre-trial and reviews what I'm showing. And pre-trial, so, yeah, some cases that haven't been resolved.
State of Ohio recalls William Scherer, case number CRB 24-338.
All right, and Mr. Scheer is representing himself. Sat for a pre-trial last Friday, he didn't appear, so there was some mix-up, he said.
Yes, sir, I apologize again. I was at the fair trying to get set up and help them. And
How's the state want to proceed on this?
Your Honor,
Complaining party is Megan Turner.
if Mr. Scheer were to enter a guilty plea, we would ask to delay sentencing. There's some other matters. He's got a case in Ironton that's pending right now, and I don't know if he's calculated in for himself the best way to go forward on that. That actually involves an allegation that he assaulted the victim's husband, only that happened in the other end of the county. So otherwise, I guess we would just ask to set it for a trial if he wants to do that. But we'd be okay with a continuance with the time waiver to a later date also.
All right, Mr. Scheer, what's your position?
well, I don't understand what the case in Ironton has anything to do with this case. It's totally separate. What is very dependent on this case is the charges that I filed on Megan Turner on Father's Day night. Still waiting on the state. It's been 3 weeks. It took the detectives 2 weeks to get the surveillance tapes from where I was assaulted by Miss Turner. Literally, at Super America parking lot at 10:30 at night. She assaulted me, it was on tape, there's witnesses. As far as I know, last Monday, the state had not got the tape from the detectives yet. It's cut and dry, like I said before. Once they see this evidence, this case here should be totally dismissed, because she was standing by my semi-truck
All
door.
right, let's see what Mr. Yield says.
That matter was turned over to a special prosecutor.
Right.
And we have no control over what happens there, but we are aware that that is also pending, and that also weighs into maybe what Mr. Scheer is thinking should be done at this point. And that is why it may be in his best interest to ask to just continue this case for a little bit longer.
Please.
Which we would
Yes,
be
sir.
happy to do. He'd need to waive time.
Right, and from what I've understood from the prosecutor's office on the special prosecutor, they had assigned it to somebody, Mr. Brown, I believe. He had not accepted it. He can deny it, I guess, and if they do, then they have to find another special prosecutor.
So this was in Ironton where this case?
No, this will be here, sir.
Okay, I don't know who that would be.
Well, I think it was Mr.
Ashworth?
What's his name? I forget.
Ashworth, Ryan Ashworth.
That's who I think it was.
I'm sorry, it was that, sir.
Now, do
I
you have
apologize.
his number?
No, I do not. I've not, because they told me as of last week, he had not accepted the case, so there wasn't a sense in contacting the gentleman.
Well, I think it'd be good if Mr. Scheer had his number to see
That would be great.
what's going on with his case.
I can get that out to the front office, can I?
I don't know.
So the file's already been sent to Mr. Ashworth?
Well, I know that there's been a court order directing that he be appointed, so I don't know what's happened past that.
Well, he must have accepted it, or I wouldn't have done it. He did tell me he was on vacation July 1st. So I texted him about it, so. Okay, I messaged him about, put your name on it, Mr. Hill. Asking if there was a public number to give the complaint party on a case he's looking at for special prosecution. You can check back with the clerk later. If I get a number from him, I'll have the clerk have it available to give you.
Okay, I'll check back maybe tomorrow or something, give you guys afternoon.
So let's go a month out approximately before we reschedule this. August 12th?
That's fine, sir.
August 12th will be the next hearing.
Joey, I'll need you to sign the time waiver.
Okay.
State of Ohio recall James C. Jones, case number TRC 23506, excuse me, that's not a recall, Your Honor. Assist with the motion. Mr. McCown's case.
Okay, can you hand that to the gentleman?
Sign this.
Yeah, where it says attorney for defendant, sign it.
Mr. Hill, sign this too?
What's that?
I don't know, she's asking.
No.
Where's the time?
My letter's right there.
No, that's not it. He's got the time ready.
Yes, I have. Yes. That's, so we're all clear then? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Okay, this is scheduled for a motion hearing today. Mr. McCown?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Jones was here just a moment ago.
Well, that's just the thing. People don't want to sit in the courtroom.
I could check in the restroom, Your Honor. He was there 2 minutes ago.
Go ahead and call the trial.
State of Ohio versus Caitlin Moore, case number CRA 24243, CRB 24244.
You want to talk about something?
Yes.
Approach, Your Honor.
Yes. Does she have a question? She's up right there. Okay. Where's it? Hey, where is she standing?
When? I go every Wednesday.
Where?
Every Wednesday in
Where?
Cabell, Huntington Hospital through Marshall Psychiatry.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Can we approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I've only been there since September when all this started.
Where, do you have medical insurance?
Hmm?
Would you go to someplace else other than?
Yeah, that's fine.
You do a good job. But that is agreeable with my client on there to switch providers.
Okay. You have an idea where you would go? First, let me ask you, how do you pay? Do you have?
I have a medical card.
Okay. Ohio or West Virginia?
West Virginia.
contact Harmony Ridge, Your Honor.
Well, this would probably be outpatient. They do outpatient here.
Yep. This
Where
is
are
mental
you
health or
in?
AOD.
Mental health, I believe.
Is it mental health, substances, what's both?
No substance abuse is involved.
I'm contacted.
They can do it even if there's no.
I'll have to ask.
Okay.
But I'm happy to meet with her out here and arrange that.
Prestera would be another possibility.
Yeah.
When you say Marshall Health, who's that through? How do you get into Marshall Health?
It's their integrated health department. I don't know,
Is this like through your family physician or?
no, I have a family physician there also. And then, my mother passed away and we started a divorce, so they gave me to their psychologist in September. I had a written letter from them. I turned over to Mr. Markson.
Well, I just asked this gentleman if he had an idea where she might go. He has great concerns about her. He's not trying to punish her, anything like that, but he doesn't really know where she should go. But
Are you live in Chesapeake or where do you live?
I live in Huntington.
You live in Huntington?
Yes, sir.
Where in Huntington?
Near Rotary Park. I just moved recently. Had to move 3 times in the past 6 months.
Well, another option could be Valley Health, that's close to you.
That's fine.
You know where that is on 3rd Avenue?
Yes.
That's a medically based office, and I know they would take your medical card. So that should be another option. And they work with the court.
Yes. I'm completely fine when I'm not being harassed and stalked, but.
Okay. So my understanding is we're going to continue today's trial and let Ms. Moore continue with some counseling, and we're going to try maybe a different option than where you are now. There's several options there available in West Virginia. Valley Health is a good one, Prestera. Those are 2 that come to mind.
I would just love some clarification on the protection order because I've been told I'm not allowed to reach out to Cody, but he continues showing up at my house. I have voicemails from the weekend. He brought me a birthday present on June 19th. So this is just.
Well, let's clarify that. I mean, do we want a protection order to remain in place or not?
I feel as though I need one from him so I don't get myself in trouble anymore.
I don't want anywhere. She's the one who calls me. She lives in my house, breaking my door down. I don't want anything to do with her. Last time she was here, she told you guys how I came to her house and stuff. She threatened to beat up my babysitter.
I have voicemails and,
that's why I was at her house picking up my children, is because I let her watch my kids. And she came out of the house, what are you doing here? I can send email and stuff, the screenshots where she tried to beat up another third party who's watching my kids. It doesn't stop.
All right, well, I can't I'm not going to get in there and decide those issues today, but it sounds like you still want her to stay away.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're not contacting her except about the kids?
Over the kids, it was over the kids, yes. This past weekend, she wanted to get, because Wednesday is our daughter's birthday, so she wanted to go do some stuff. So we went swimming as a family yesterday, because that's what she wanted to do with my daughter, and she wanted to do it also. It's only a public setting. The air tag that we're talking about was placed in a box at CVS beside Chesapeake. So no, I don't want her anywhere around me unless it's a public setting or somewhere. I'm trying to cope. The reason why is trying to co-parent as peaceful as possible.
You picked me up to swim.
Because you told me to, Caitlin.
Okay, well, let's make it, you got little kids, how old are your kids?
2, 8, and 9.
Yeah. Look, the main thing that both of you need to do is conduct yourself in a way that does your kids the greatest service. You know, in other words, I want to keep things for my kids as normal as I possibly can and minimize the upset to them.
And that's what I was trying to do.
Okay, I'm not asking for your comments, sir. I'm directing you.
Yes, sir.
So be quiet. So that's what I want you to do from now on, is before you pop off to her, or go see her, or get mad about something, is think, what is this gonna do to my kids? Not what my feelings are right now, how my feelings are hurt, because you're with somebody, or she's with somebody, or they're doing something I don't like. This is not just about you. There's other people involved, 3 other people involved. Their lives are being affected by what you two do. So you've got to figure out a way to get along. This isn't going to end next week or 2 months. This is going to be for a while. You got to figure this out. Okay, so let's continue this for a month. It'll probably take us that long to find out what's going to happen with Mr. Ashworth. That's a different one. That's not this one.
That's a different one.
Okay, not this one. What's going to happen with your divorce?
There's also the violation of protection order case that I believe comes up before August. I think sometime in July, maybe it could be moved out also if...
July 15th?
I think so.
It was set for a pretrial July 15th.
Yeah. So should we move that one too?
I think we should.
Okay, August 16th for all cases involving this order. And try to keep down the tension and drama between now and then.
Yes, sir.
Okay? August 16th is your next hearing.
Your Honor, would you like me to get her set up with some?
Yes, if you can help her, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're back to the motion.
State of Ohio recalls James C. Jones, case number PRC 23536.
And Your Honor, okay.
That's the one I seen.
All right, is the state ready to proceed?
We need to put the, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
State's ready to proceed?
We are, we just need to get our witness in here. He's here.
I'm going to log off of the Zoom.
Okay.
Once they
Yeah.
cut on.
Executive conference. He's here.
Yeah, okay.
He's coming.
Okay.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do, Your Honor. Thank you. You may be seated.
Deputy, can you state your name and where you are employed?
My name is Deputy Brian Cochran from Warren County Sheriff's Department.
Were you working with the Sheriff's Department office, I guess is what we say, back on May the 5th of 2023? And at that time, did you have occasion at about 1:02 in the morning to have, to be called to the Marathon Filling Station on Grandview Avenue?
Yes, I was.
And that's in South Point, Ohio, is that right?
Yes,
And in Perry Township, is that right? Yes. Why were you called there to the scene?
Originally, the call came in as a private property crash. When we responded there, we weren't able to actually find any kind of damages on the parking lot. We had Sergeant Riley actually reviewed some camera footage and nothing was hit on the parking lot.
Okay. Did you make contact with James C. Jones at that time?
I did.
And do you see him in the courtroom today? And if you do, can you point him out, please?
He's the gentleman here at the defendant table with the green shirt on.
Regular showing point of the defendant.
So after you made contact, or during the time you were making contact with Mr. Jones, did you call for backup from the Ohio State Highway Patrol?
I did.
Did you speak with Mr. Jones directly?
Yes, I approached him. His car was located in the drive-through at Marathon. Visually, upon inspection, when I walked up to the vehicle, you could see all the airbags were deployed. He was, if I remember correctly, he was actually outside of the vehicle whenever I approached him.
At that time, did you get face-to-face with him?
Yes.
And did you notice anything that might have caused you to think that he was impaired?
I believe, yes, I do remember the odor of alcohol, and maybe perhaps his eyes and speech were a little slurred.
The airbags were deployed. Did you notice any damage to the vehicle?
Myself and Deputy Riley actually took a lap around the car. We were able to see some scuff marks, but we really didn't see a whole lot of damage to the exterior.
What kind of car was it?
It's a dark color Volvo, four-door car.
Newer model?
Yes.
Now, where exactly was the car located?
Located in the drive-through, the Marathon.
Did it appear that what had caused the airbags to go off happened right there?
No, I wouldn't be able to speculate on that, but I definitely remember that the airbags were deployed because that was one circumstance that led the gas station attendant to call into us.
Did it look like he'd actually driven there to the drive-through?
Yes.
With the airbags deployed?
Objection, speculation.
Yes, sir.
The airbags on the passenger or driver's side were both cut to allow the visual to see.
Okay. Did you talk to Mr. Jones about what had happened to cause the airbags to get deployed?
I did, and he said that he got hit with the airbag in the face, and he was unsure of where he hit anything. He thought he might have hit the garter post there on the gas station islands.
Did you check out that to see if there's any evidence of that?
Yes, we did. Both Deputy Riley and I both walked around the gas station parking lot. And about that time was when Deputy Riley returned to see the camera footage.
And were you able to determine whether the collision happened on the Marathon property or elsewhere?
Yes, Deputy Riley advised me that he was not able to see any collision that happened on that parking lot.
Do you know approximately where Mr. Jones resides?
Approximately in the Sheridan area. I know it's somewhere around the gas station because he had mentioned that he was a short distance away.
Did you discuss anything with Mr. Jones that would have, maybe an answer he might have given you would have led you to a further conclusion that he was impaired by alcohol?
I cannot remember at the time.
And did Trooper White respond later on?
Yes, Trooper White arrived on scene shortly after that.
That's all I have of this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. McCown?
Deputy Cochran, you said that you thought perhaps his speech was slurred?
Yes,
This happened about 14 months ago, is that correct?
approximately.
Did you take notes at that time or prepare any type of written statement?
No, I cannot believe I did any kind of initial report on this at all.
Did you review anything for today's hearing?
I did review some narrative and some video footage just to refresh my memory, but other than that, it was a pretty memorable occurrence.
What narrative did you review if you did not prepare one?
I'm sorry?
What narrative did you review if you didn't prepare one?
Well, I didn't review a narrative per se, but I reviewed the camera footage.
And by camera footage, do you have any camera footage that was taken?
I do not.
Whose camera footage did you review?
It would be Trooper Bradley.
Is it fair to say then that your responses to the here's why I think he indicated there may be some impairment is based upon Trooper White's narrative and his video footage and not an independent recollection of what an investigation happened 14 months ago?
I wouldn't go as far as to say that.
Okay, well, you said his speech was slurred, is that correct?
Yes.
Would it surprise you to find that Trooper White did not ever note that?
No, I remember, I mean, it's not every day that you find a vehicle in the drive-thru with all the airbags deployed.
Sure, I understand that, but my question to you is the speech, would it surprise you if there was no notation in the impaired driver report that his speech was anything other than normal? Would that surprise you?
Yes, it would.
You indicated that his eyes were glassy, you think you recall, is that correct?
Yes.
And you understand that is not, you're not taught anywhere through the NHTSA manual that glassy eyes are indicia of impairment, is that correct?
I believe that's one of the key indicators for impairment to look into.
Excuse me?
I believe that is one of the impairment clues to actually look for.
When were you last trained on the NHTSA manual?
Objective, I don't think what his observations do not invoke knowledge of the NHTSA manual, just he observed it.
I'll allow the question.
When were you last trained?
I've had refresher courses periodically through my tenure at the Sheriff's Department, but my graduating date was 2015.
Okay, so you were trained on the, was it the 13 manual?
I don't recall.
Have you, you've done the 2023 manual?
I have not updated this year. I don't know if there's any other current updates right now.
Okay. And it's your position that glassy eyes are one of the principal cues, is that correct?
I believe so.
And that would be in phase 2, the personal contact portion, is that correct?
I'm going to object again. I mean, he didn't conduct field sobriety tests.
Your Honor, he indicated that he believed this was one of the key indicators of impairment.
And what does that matter under these circumstances?
Well, I'll allow him that question. It goes to his strength of his testimony and training, so I'll allow it.
Is that correct?
Would you repeat the question one more time?
The cues that you're talking about occur during personal contact.
Yes.
Where you would see that, is that correct? And there are 12 cues that are done by sight, is that correct?
Yes.
That's in session 6 of the NHTSA manual. Is that correct?
If I remember correctly, yes.
Okay. And those 12 are bloodshot eyes. Is that right?
Okay.
Is that one of them?
Yes.
Soiled clothing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Fumbling fingers. Alcohol containers. Drug and drug paraphernalia. Bruises, bumps, scratches. Unusual actions. Forgets to produce documents. Produces wrong documents. Fails to see documents. Fumbles or drops wallet. And unable to retrieve documents. Those are the 12. Is that correct?
So So because your defendant didn't, because your defendant was said to has glassy eyes, the other 10 or 11 indicators don't matter?
Sir, I didn't state glassy eyes, did I?
Your question was asked.
It is not one of the 12 sight cues. Is that correct?
From your list there, no.
Okay. You indicated that you did not see anything other than some scuff marks on the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, as I recall.
Was there any damage to the back rear quarter panel, on the passenger side, as if it had been struck?
I don't remember, I don't recall, but I know that if the vehicle was towed, there should be an inventory tow log with damages documented.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to obtain that log, or that would have been the State Patrol? Is that correct?
Yeah, I did not tow the vehicle, that would have been State Highway Patrol.
Did you produce any documentation or obtain any evidence other than what you've testified to today?
No, sir.
Did you obtain the video footage from the gas station?
I did not obtain the video footage from the gas station, no, sir.
Did you see the video footage from the gas station?
No, that would be Deputy Riley.
No further questions?
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Is this witness released then?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sir, you're released.
Call Trooper White. Can you have him go in?
Yes.
Thank you.
Raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat. Let's go ahead and include Elijah Lewis. Why don't you come up? Elijah Lewis. Very good. All right, his screen is clean, so I'm going to go ahead and sentence him and get him finished. Anything you want to tell me, sir? It's case number 24-333.
Yes, Your Honor. I just want to let you know that one of the causes of my actions there was due to my bipolar depression that I've recently been diagnosed for. I do have documents here that state that I had appointments directly after our first hearing. They are from Charleston Area Medical Center, which is where I work currently. It's from Dr. Wiley and Dr. Muhammad Shah. They have both stated in those letters that I have uncontrolled bipolar disorder as well as PTSD and generalized anxiety disorder, which has, they told me both, providers have both told me and stated that that it's not out of the ordinary for a certain action like that to happen without treatment. I've also wanted to let you know as well that I have recently got back on treatment. I am currently taking an antidepressant as well as anti-anxiety medication as well to help ease the ketophobia or ketomania that I've been having. I want to apologize for the actions that I've caused, and that's about all I have here. But like I said, I have documents here that I wanted to show and prove that I have that I have attended those.
They support his story and reference to that. And I explained to him what would be involved in all of it. Something the same trial and
Okay, he doesn't want to do that. Yeah. Well, you're pretty far afield from this, and you live in Poca?
Yes, Your Honor. I was coming to the lake that's up towards this way. I forget what it's called. But there's a lake not too far from here that I was visiting with a couple of friends, and the cause for this death in question is I was stopping at the Walmart closest here. Like I said, I'm not familiar with the area, and I was going to grab a couple of things, like sandwich meat. I was going to grab just a couple of drinks, no alcohol beverages, but just a couple of drinks, and I had this sudden urge, and I talked to my providers, like I said, about that sudden urge hearing in my head, and they told me that that was pretty atypical for the situation that I'm in with this diagnosis. I'm not saying that the diagnosis is 100% at fault. I understand that I'm also at fault, and I do have a lot of remorse. I've been having trouble sleeping, coming up to this date, been very anxious. As of right now, I'm also really shaky as well. And you can hear it in my voice too. But I am very remorseful for it. I'm in treatment for it. I want to make this once and only. First time you'll ever see my face, last time. And I also want to state too that what you said earlier today has reminiscent on me. And I've been thinking about it sitting here, that I'm young, make mistakes. I have a child, you know, and I want to go back home with him, and I want to live my life the way that it's supposed to, and not make these mistakes as long as I keep up treatment.
Well, and one of the good things about the law now is if you do keep your nose clean for a while, you can come back and get this. This is one that you can get expunged. You can get this one taken off your record. But it does have an effect. Since you're wearing scrubs, and I'm assuming that you're some sort of medical professional, so obviously it's not something you want on your record. Okay, I'll go ahead. I'm going to impose a $100 fine, order you to pay the court costs. I'll give you 10 days in jail. I'll suspend all of it on the condition that you do 5 days of community service and stay out of Walmart stores while you're on probation. 2 years of level 5 probation, so it'll be non-reporting. You will have a review hearing on December 30th. You get everything finished before then, you don't have to even come to that hearing. It'll be at 9 a.m. on December 30th. You're to meet with your probation officer, Mr. Major. You go through the doors out of the courtroom, make a 90-degree left. His office will be right in front of you, so go check in with him. After you've done that, you're free to go. Do you have any questions?
Can you repeat the procedures again? I'm sorry, I just had a really
Just
hard
go
time.
out. I mean, he's going to give you everything I just told you. Is going to be on judgment entry that he's going to give you. So it'll be in writing. And if you lose it or you don't remember, there is a website for the court. You can pull up your name on there and see what it is. You can call the clerk and ask questions. You can call your probation officer and ask questions. So the main thing is pay a fine. You got 5 days of community service. I'll let you do that in your home area. Do your community service, stay out of Walmart, pay your fine, court costs, and everything will be down the road. You can come back and ask the court to expunge it.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it. God bless you.
All right, Trooper White is, did I swear him in? I think I did.
I don't recall.
Yes, Your Honor.
So we can start this testimony, Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper, can you state your name and where you were employed?
Trooper White, Hostile Highway Patrol, Arraignments Post.
Were you working for the Highway Patrol back on May the 8th, 2023, and were you on duty at that time? And at that time, did you come into contact with James C. Jones?
Yes.
And because it has been a long time ago, another witness has already identified Mr. Jones, but I'd ask for you to do the same if you see him in the courtroom today, to point him out, please.
Yes, he's in the green shirt, Wednesday.
What was
the
what was the reason that you came into contact with Mr. Jones?
I was asked to assist the Lawrence County Sheriff's Office with a possible crash at the Grandview Marathon.
And so you responded to that?
Yes.
Is that the marathon that's right off of US 52 in Perry Township here in Lawrence County?
Yes.
So what did you encounter when you arrived there?
When I first got on scene, I talked to Deputy Cochran. He advised me what was going on. When I finished talking to him, I walked over to the vehicle. I was walking over the vehicle. I observed Mr. Jones talking to Lawrence County EMS. He was sitting in a chair. I observed the airbags in the vehicle were deployed, both on the steering wheel and the window airbags were deployed. I believe at that point I started talking to Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones was being attended to by EMS. Do you know what they were looking at that point?
No, I do not.
So you talked to Mr. Jones directly?
Yes.
And when you first encountered him, did you notice anything that you thought might be an indication that he might be impaired by alcohol?
Yeah, so when I first made contact with him, I could smell the odor of an alcoholic beverage coming from this person. His eyes were bloodshot. I asked him what had happened. He stated he did not remember. I asked him if he hit anything. He did not remember if he hit anything or where. If he did hit anything, he doesn't remember where he hit it.
Did you notice anything physical about his appearance that might be an indicator that he was impaired by alcohol? His eyes were...
Well, his eyes were bloodshot. Under an alcoholic beverage coming from this person. Didn't remember the crash. If there even was a crash, didn't remember what he hit, anything like that.
During the course of your interaction there, in your investigation, did you locate any place at all where the crash might have taken place?
No, we were not. We were unable to determine what he hit or where he hit it. I looked at the front of the vehicle. It had some scratches on it, but that was it. I believe one of the EMS workers stated that he hit a pole in the parking lot, but the pole had a cover on it, so there wouldn't have been any paint transfer, so I don't believe he hit that pole.
And there was paint?
There was a little bit of paint. It was just a little bit of paint to transfer some scratches. It wasn't anything serious.
Did Mr. Jones say anything to you about whether he had alcohol to drink?
Yeah, he stated that at his house he had 3 to 4 beers, and then a few moments later he stated that he was on his way to the gas station to get more beer and cigarettes because he has some pain. I guess he had 2 of his hips replaced, and he uses alcohol as a for pain management.
Were you wearing a body camera that evening?
Yes.
And was it working?
Yes.
And were you able to upload the video from that camera to the system for our use in this case? Have you watched it prior to our hearing today?
Yes.
Oh.
things up there. He didn't know they were polar. He said, that's all. He said pole. Well, that's what he said, but, what he said, that we did that, we did not try to help, but everybody wanted to.
Yeah, he did that whole, it was bad.
Like I said, it's just right on.
What's your name, buddy? James Jones? Paul, 984-107. Paul, 984-107. That's gonna be all Paul, though. You're welcome. What's right here, buddy? Go back to the car. Here, put your home. Let's see. Just in case. I want you to call. Mr. Jones, where are you coming from, buddy? Where's that at? Okay. What'd you hit? I'm not sure. I think I'll get reported for a ball. When you hit hard enough to deploy airbags. I heard that. So you don't remember what you hit, but you got the I remember. But I hit her in the face. I went really, kids are good points, so what I hit. You don't remember where you're at when you hit? I remember when I was out there. Well, yeah, but you wouldn't hit that hard enough to be able to pull your airbags, I would imagine. That right there is what is their ass. I guess. Jeez, that says the man. Damn. Mr. Jones, when you drink here at your house? Yeah. How much were you drinking? I'm like 3 beers? Yeah. Okay, well, I can smell a really strong odor of alcohol coming off of you. 3 or 4 beers probably ain't gonna do that. Are you able to, are you in pretty good health, or look like you're struggling to walk? Are you okay, or? I'm struggling to walk, I'm going to both my head. Both heads? Okay. And I've done within the last 6 months. Okay. I'm still, off there again. Okay. Well, and I was here for like painkiller, and I just got up in here to get it. You got in here to get more? Yeah. Okay. Well, the only place that's got it on Sunday night, I just finished watching the football game. Okay. The football game? Yeah. What football game? Birmingham and oh, soccer. No, Birmingham, yeah, USFL. Oh, okay. You don't watch that? Yeah. You don't watch that? You don't watch football? No, not the whatever you just said. So it's obvious you're probably not going to be able to do my walking turn, the one leg stand exercise for field sobriety test. I can try. Well, I don't want you to hurt yourself. I don't want you to fall over. That wouldn't do anybody any good. This could be right about following up. Well, we're past that. You hit something. Okay, so I know you didn't hurt anybody this time here. Maybe I'm 65 years old. Maybe you would leave I take my license, I'll never drive again. Well, maybe you should have thought about that. You're old enough that you should be drinking and driving. I know that, but I'm here all my like I said, with your hips the way they are.
So, Trooper, first of all, is that an accurate representation of what happened there on the scene?
Yes.
This was about 12:47 a.m. when we stopped that. Is that right? About a quarter to 1 is when this all was taking place.
Yes.
So when he explained to you that he lost his wife, and understanding, I'm not trying to discount that, I have sympathy for Mr. Jones, but his son had moved on, and that he's been drinking for years. Did you put that in your mind as maybe another indicator that he might be impaired at this moment?
Yes.
As a result of that explanation, and also the time of day, the crashed car, the lack of a clear memory as to where this...
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to the leading of the witness. I mean, if he's going to ask you what in your mind caused you to think that, that's one thing, but to state all these factors and then say, did that contribute, did that contribute, did that contribute, is merely leading him.
Sustained as a form of course.
Did, in addition to what I just asked you about, did the explanation of the crash, how the car crashed, or the lack of an explanation, contribute to
Objection, same, it's the same objection.
I'll allow that there.
And I'm just going to put it in a compound question, but I can do it individually. His lack of an explanation for how the crash happened, did that contribute to your suspicion that he might be impaired by alcohol?
Yes.
Did his physical appearance, including, I believe you indicated bloodshot eyes,
Yes.
did that contribute to your suspicion that he might be impaired by alcohol?
Yes.
Did the fact that he was at the convenience store to buy more beer, and he also admitted to having been drinking already, did that contribute to your suspicion that he might be impaired by alcohol?
Yes.
Did the fact that he smelled of alcohol?
Your Honor, yeah, I'm going to object as to leading on this.
It is leading.
I mean, it's
Well, he's already answered that he smelled of alcohol.
well, then it's ask and answer.
I'm sustaining it. Go a different way.
All right, did all the stuff that you observed lead you to a reasonable suspicion that he was impaired by alcohol? Is that okay? Is that a good question? And did that cause you to...
I'm going to object, Your Honor, as to the side comments in the form of the question.
It's the same.
Did you then attempt to conduct field sobriety tests?
Yes.
And are you trained in those?
Yes.
And is that part of your training as a highway patrol officer?
Yes.
And have you been trained according to NHTSA standards?
Yes.
And are those the standards that are accepted in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
And are you aware that there's a 2023 manual?
Yes.
And have you studied up on it?
Yes.
And were you trained on a previous manual initially?
Yes, 2018.
And the 2018 manual and the 2023 manual, you compared the differences in how you're supposed to conduct the field sobriety
Yes.
tests?
Yes.
And are there any substantive changes? And if there are, have you adjusted the way that you conduct those tests?
Yes.
I asked you to review the 2023 manual prior to today so that you would be able to identify pages from that. Have you done that?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 1.
Section 8, 23 through, is that just 23 through 39 inclusive?
I'm going to show you what I marked as State's Exhibit 1. I'd ask you to identify what this set of pages is.
That is the horizontal gaze nystagmus testing, 2023 version.
You recognize those as authentic?
Yes.
Copies of the manual?
Yes.
And you recognize and understand the appropriate procedure for conducting a horizontal gaze nystagmus test?
Yes.
And in this case, I would like for you, well, first of all, did you conduct a horizontal gaze nystagmus test?
Yes.
I'm going to ask that Stacy to
Any objection?
No objections to that, Your Honor.
I'd like for you to explain what horizontal gaze nystagmus is.
It is the involuntary jerking of the eyes.
And why does that matter here?
It's an indicator of alcohol impairment, one of the indicators of alcohol impairment.
I'd like for you to explain how you go about conducting a horizontal gaze nystagmus test.
So in this particular case, or just in general?
Well, what I'd like for you to do is talk about, in the ideal case, what you do.
Okay, so I would have them stand with their feet together, arms down to the side, and I'll tell them I'll put my finger up, I'll tell them to focus on the tip of my finger with their eyes only, keeping their head still. And then I'll go into the horizontal gaze nystagmus. First thing I'm looking for is equal pupil size and equal tracking. I'll check each eye twice. If I don't see pupils are equal in size, equal tracking, then I'll go into black smooth pursuit. I'll check each eye twice. I'll go 2 seconds out, and then 4 seconds back to the other eye. Do that twice, which is with each eye. Then I will go into distinct and sustained nystagmus at maximum deviation. Again, I will check both eyes twice. I will go out to max, hold it there from minimum 4, maximum 30 seconds. I typically do 6 to 7 seconds. And then I'll go back across to the other eye. Again, I'll do that twice each eye. And then I'll go into the final exercise, which is onset nystagmus prior to 45 degrees. So I'll go 4 seconds out to approximately 45 degrees. If I do start to see nystagmus, I stop, verify it, and then I'll go check the other eye, and I'll do that twice. And then the final thing that I typically do is vertical gaze nystagmus, but I don't really know if I did vertical gaze nystagmus on him.
Now, in this case, were you able to conduct this horizontal gaze nystagmus test completely in line with NHTSA standards?
There were some differences compared to what I would normally do. The defendant was sitting down due to medical reasons. He was not in the best physical health physically, so there were some differences between this one and what I would normally do.
At that point in time, before you began conducting the horizontal gaze nystagmus test, had you already developed in your mind probable cause to arrest him for OBI?
Yes, I believe I have probable cause to make an arrest, even if he decided he did not want to do horizontal gaze nystagmus.
Just you standing up walking around over here, you look like you're struggling. I'm not gonna make you do those exercises, I don't want you to fall over and hurt yourself. Okay? But I ain't gonna check your eyes for that, so I just want you to look at me. I'm gonna move my finger side to side. Don't move your head, keep your, follow my finger with your eyes on my shoulder, okay? Just keep your head still. Don't move your head. Keep your head facing right here. Follow my finger, okay? Keep looking, keep looking. Keep looking.
did you observe doing the horizontal gaze? Yes, my statements.
2 of 2 for lack of smooth pursuit, 2 of 2 for distinct nystagmus and maximum deviation, and then 2 for 2 for onset of nystagmus prior to 45 degrees.
Did you do any other field sobriety tests at that time? And did you place Mr. Jones under arrest following this?
Yes, I advised him he was going to be on the arrest road, yeah.
At that time, did you look for any other evidence of where a collision might have happened there at the filling station?
I believe later on in the video, I don't know if it was when I was at the gas station this time, because I did go back to the gas station later and talk to the clerk. She told me that when she looked at the cameras, the airbags were already deployed before Mr. Jones got to the gas station.
It's pretty obvious we got more than 3 years, okay? Been doing this a while, okay? You got nystagmus, okay? You got 66 clues, okay? You've had more than 3 years, all right? So you are going to be placed on the arrest road, okay? I put handcuffs on you, okay? Are you just going with you guys or anything like that? Are you working out in the hospital, get checked out or anything? I wouldn't probably could. Well, have you had an OBI before? What's an OBI? Operating vehicle intoxicated.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point as to, we're beyond the basis and the arrest. He's now actually interrogating him after arresting him without Mirandizing. There's been absolutely no readings of the Miranda warnings here, and he's still going on to questioning.
Okay, is it even necessary for the issues before the court? Is there any response?
Well, I guess I didn't know that you'd been put under arrest at that point. I mean,
We just told him that.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, if that's the case, then I don't suppose I need the video in order to ask the questions I need to ask about, because it's alleged that, let's see, what did you allege with respect to the actual breath test?
He didn't have probable cause to arrest, and then any other statements after the arrest, he was never Mirandized for. So any statements that would lead them to do that, but clearly he's been placed under arrest at this point.
Did you offer him a breath alcohol test?
Yes.
And did he agree to submit to that?
Yes.
I'll show you the United States Exhibit 2 for identification and ask you to tell me where that document is.
Your Honor, very briefly, Mr. Jones, is it okay if he stands up just to shift his hips? Thank you.
This is the BMV 2255
And what is that form for?
for license suspensions.
Is that a form that you go over with the person that you're arresting for OBI?
Yes.
And on that form, first of all, did he sign the form?
Yes.
And I mean Mr. Jones when I say he. One of the things on the form, does it require that you state the reasons for the arrest?
Yes.
And can you tell the court what you said in this case?
The crash, which was an unknown location, bloodshot glassy eyes, HGN, and admitted.
Is that an accurate, authentic copy of the document that you produced in this case?
Yes.
I'm going to ask number 2 be admitted.
Objection. Objection.
Also, the video that we've watched, is that a fair and accurate representation of everything that happened?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask the deputy to do this number 3, please.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Did you then take Mr. Jones to conduct the breath alcohol test?
Yes.
Was that at the Ironton Post 44?
Yes.
And did that test actually happen?
Yes.
And were you the operator of the machine?
Yes.
Are you certified to do that?
Yes.
I'd like for you to explain what you have to do as an operator to begin the operation of the machine.
Is that part of what's being challenged? Or?
No, you're right. I'm not
Oh, it's not?
No.
Okay, well, I thought it was.
I'm not.
How about the COBRA data and all that?
No.
All right, well, we got all that. I don't know what else there is left to comment, honestly. I guess I'll start asking questions and see. Did you cite him for OVI?
Yes.
And what was the breath alcohol score? Do you recall?
What is it?
What was the breath alcohol score?
096.
I don't guess I have any other questions.
Mr. McCann.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper White, obviously you reviewed your impaired driver report, your narrative, and the video prior to testifying here today, is that correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you don't have an independent recollection of this particular investigation months ago, that you're relying primarily upon this evidence?
Yes.
When you created the narrative, do you know approximately how long after the arrest the narrative was completed?
I have no idea.
It's my understanding some troopers do it fairly immediately, some depending upon postings.
Yeah.
It may be a couple days, a week, or whatever. Is that fair to say?
It'll be within a week.
Okay. So,
Within my work week, yes.
so at some point within the work week.
Yes.
And the reason I ask that is you stated here specifically that his speech was normal. Is that correct in your impaired driver report?
Yes.
And by the way, do you do those at a different time? The impaired driver report and the narrative, are those done?
At the same time.
At the same time? Okay. You note in here that there was an odor of an alcoholic beverage. In your narrative, you state that there was an odor of an alcoholic beverage. On the impaired driver report, you say yes, odor of alcoholic beverage, but nowhere do you say it's strong. Is that correct?
Sure.
Okay. Now, in the video that we just saw, you did say it was strong.
Yes.
However, the strength of an alcoholic beverage, of the odor of an alcoholic beverage, only deals with the recentness of consumption. In other words, if somebody, if I took a drink of beer right now and I start talking to you, you're going to smell a really strong odor of an alcoholic beverage. Is that correct?
I don't know.
You don't know that whether the strength of
odor of an alcoholic
And I'm
beverage
going to
deals with...
object to that premise because I don't think there's anything that's been laid as a foundation that would indicate the truth of that.
Well, he can dispute it, they thinks it's not correct. So I'll allow the question.
Do you believe that the strength of an odor of an alcoholic beverage is dependent upon the recentness of consumption?
Not in every case. I wouldn't imagine.
Okay? Because one of the things you testified to is that, hey, it's really strong, therefore you must have drunk it really a lot, in essence.
I didn't call him a liar.
I'm sorry?
I didn't call him a liar.
You indicated, though,
I
that you
smell the
believe...
odor of an alcoholic beverage coming from this person.
Yes.
Yes.
And you stated, hey, it's got to be more than 3 or 4 because you've got a really strong odor of alcoholic beverage.
Okay.
Do you recall stating that, in essence?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. What I'm trying to figure out, is it your belief that the strength of the odor of an alcoholic beverage is related to how much a person has consumed over a period of time?
That's not always the case, no. I don't believe. I don't know.
Okay. So let me ask you this. When it says, when you note, hey, in your reports, whether the odor was weak or faint, strong, why does that matter?
What is it?
Why does it matter, the strength of that odor?
I don't know. That's just what I said.
Okay.
I mean, if I've had vehicles where I've approached them and I can smell the alcohol before I even get to the vehicle.
Sure.
It's a strong odor of an alcoholic beverage.
Sure.
I've had vehicles where I could hardly smell the odor of an alcoholic beverage. It's
Okay. But you don't know what the strength means. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
Okay. When you start to talk to him about the horizontal gaze and nystagmus test and doing this eye test, and let me correct one thing. Mr. Hill asked you what horizontal gaze and nystagmus is specifically.
Yes.
And I think you said it's the involuntary jerking of the eye.
That's what the status is. Yes.
That's what the nystagmus is, correct?
Horizontal gaze nystagmus is the involuntary jerking. Yes.
Well, nystagmus is the involuntary jerking.
Okay.
Horizontal gaze is...
Horizontal.
Sure, okay. Because there are other types of nystagmus, is that right?
Yes.
There's vestibular nystagmus,
Yes.
okay? Positional alcohol nystagmus,
Yes.
is that correct?
Yes.
And it's my understanding positional alcohol nystagmus, if an individual has alcohol in their system, irrespective of whether it's above or below the legal limit, if their head is tilted or out of alignment with their spine, it can cause nystagmus.
Okay.
Vestibular nystagmus, is that correct?
That's what the NHTSA manual says.
Okay, that's what it says in the 2023 manual, that's what you were trained on, is that correct?
Okay. That's what it is then.
And so when you position a suspect for horizontal gaze nystagmus, you have to keep their head level and square in alignment with their spine. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because otherwise, if it's off or tilted up, you can't determine whether it's gaze nystagmus or vestibular positional alcohol nystagmus. Is that correct?
Okay.
I mean, you would agree nystagmus is visually looking at it, nystagmus is nystagmus.
Yes.
Okay. So would you agree with that statement? That you cannot distinguish if somebody's head is tilted and they're looking up, you could not determine whether the cause of nystagmus, if they showed it, was positional alcohol or gaze.
No.
No, you don't agree, or?
I don't know. I'm not a neurological doctor, so I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know, you personally couldn't determine the difference. Is that what I'm saying?
No.
Okay. Same with optokinetic nystagmus. You know what optokinetic nystagmus is?
You have to remind me.
Okay, that's where if there are strobe lights in your visual testing area, that can cause it because as those strobe, your eye wants to tend to look at those things.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Other things can cause nystagmus, such as head trauma.
concussions. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
As a matter of fact, that's why the nystagmus test, the horizontal gaze nystagmus test, was created, was to determine whether somebody had a brain injury of some type, whether it be concussive or something else, correct?
Yes.
Okay? So, in this case, Mr. Jones has clearly had the airbags deployed into his face.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
He told you this. They hit you in the face and I don't know what happened.
Yes.
Another one of the effects of a concussion is short-term memory loss. Is that correct?
Yes.
Again, which you indicate he had. He couldn't remember what happened.
Yes.
Or where it happened. When you prepare to do standardized field sobriety tests, before you actually go into them, you're supposed to do something. What is that? Do you recall?
Pre-medical screening?
Pre-medical screening. And so did you do that in this case?
No, I don't believe I asked him if he had. Well, I observed he had some physical injuries, or
Sure.
physical limitations. I don't believe I asked if he was on any medication or had any concussions.
You didn't ask him if he had a concussion.
No.
You didn't ask him if he had a headache.
No.
You didn't ask him if it hurt, where he was just clearly struck in the head by an airbag. Is that correct?
Yes.
So there was no pre-medical screening done for the purpose of the horizontal gaze nystagmus test. You would agree with that?
Yep.
You would agree that's an absolute requirement under NHTSA to perform the test and score the test. They must be medically screened.
It's one of the steps, yes.
Okay? So, incidentally, in addition to, well, when you went through the academy, you were trained on an incident. At some point, you were tested on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
You had to do it perfectly correct in order to pass that test. Isn't that right?
I don't recall if I did it perfect, but
Okay.
it's been a while.
Okay. You went through an A-Ride course.
Yes.
You successfully completed an A-Ride course, I saw from your certificates. Is that correct?
Yes.
And before you can actually get into the greater substance of drug interactions and everything else, the first thing they do is make you perform the horizontal gaze nystagmus test. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. So you wouldn't recall that if you don't perform that, they automatically dismiss you from the A-Ride, further A-Ride instruction?
It's been 7 years ago. I don't
Okay.
remember that day exactly.
Have you had a refresher course on the NHTSA standardized field sobriety tests and how to administer them?
Yes.
When was that refresher course?
It was a couple years ago.
Were you required as part of that refresher course to again put a student or another colleague through an SFST battery that was graded by an instructor?
It wasn't graded, but we did it on each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there were no grades for that?
No, not that I can recall.
Okay. Once you go through and do the pre-medical screening, you are then supposed to give them verbal instructions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Prior to giving them verbal instructions, what do you have to do?
You talking about position of them? Well, in most typical situations, I would have them stand with feet together, arms down to the side.
Okay. And then you tell them to do what?
Focus on tip of my finger.
Okay. So you have them hold in that position while you instruct them.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And what are the instructions that you are required to give them?
To focus on tip of my finger, follow their eyes and their eyes only, keep the head finger still.
Okay.
That's straightforward.
And to continue doing it, focusing on it until the test is over.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you're supposed to ask for confirmation. Is that correct? That they understand. Confirmation that they understand. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you do all of those things in this case?
Can I use the bathroom, please?
I can borrow, that's up to the court.
Do you want him to stop while you go, or you want to kind of?
It doesn't matter, Your Honor. I trust Mr. McHale.
Mr. Cooper will guide you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you like me to continue?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
That's fine, Your Honor. Did you ask him for confirmation that he understood the instructions?
No.
Okay. So, once you go through and instruct them, and they confirm that they do it, what's the first part of the SFST, the horizontal engagement statements? What do you look for first?
Equal pupil size, equal track.
Okay. And actually, and before that, you look for something else. Before you even go into that, is that correct? You're supposed to take a look at them and see if they have resting and stagnus?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do that here?
Yes.
Okay. So, explain to me this equal tracking and equal pupil size. What do you look for?
Equal pupil size and equal tracking.
Okay. How do you do it physically?
Go out. I start with their left eye first. I'll go out, and I'll go back across. Do that twice to make sure that both eyes are tracking equally.
And how fast is that supposed to be?
I don't believe it has time limit on it.
Okay. How many passes do you make?
2 each eye. I typically make 2 each eye.
So you go their left eye, right eye, right eye, back to center. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's supposed to be a constant smooth movement.
Yes.
Correct? And then you're supposed to pause before you actually begin the scoring part of the horizontal engagement stagnus test. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's to distinguish where you are in the process. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me to stop when you are done with this equal track?
Come again. Keep your head facing up here.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the question is stop me when you get there, okay? So when you're done with equal tracking, tell me to stop.
Okay, but I will check your eyes with that, so I just want you to look at me. I'm gonna follow, move my finger side to side. Don't move your head, keep your, follow my finger with your eyes on my zone, okay? Keep your head still. Don't move your head. Keep your head facing right here.
Okay, so because you restarted it.
Yes.
It looks like. Now again, this is not a scoring part.
Yes.
You're just trying to figure out, make sure his eyes are tracking correctly.
Yes.
Is that correct? Make
Yes.
sure he doesn't have a lazy eye or something that could affect your scoring.
Yes.
Clearly, you do not make a distinguishable stop.
No, no.
Incidentally,
We talked about optokinetic nystagmus. Did you see his forehead there? Right there. You know what that light is?
A light? I don't know.
Is it one of the strobes from the ambulances nearby?
It could have been. I don't recall, but I think there was an ambulance behind me, yeah.
So there was an ambulance behind you with their strobes on in his field of view, is that correct?
It's on the side of his face, so I don't think it was in his...
It's right above his eye there, you would agree.
It's on the side of his face, yes.
Okay. So, this next step, when we go through it, tell me how to administer this first pass, the lack of smooth pursuit.
How to do the lack of smooth pursuit?
Yes. What are you looking for? How long should it be?
So I checked the left eye first. I'm going to go out 2 seconds and then back across 4 seconds to the other side. And I'm just looking for, lack of smooth pursuit. The best way that I've been able to explain it is like windshield wipers. When it's raining out, they're smooth. When it's dry out, they jerk like that. That's what I'm looking for, making sure.
And for that to be successfully done, for perform, then the suspect would need to know that they're supposed to follow your finger at all times. Is that correct?
I believe I told him that.
Okay. You believe that you told him to follow until the end of the test? Did we not already discuss that?
And I kept reminding him to follow my finger.
Okay. But you didn't tell him to follow until the end of the test.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So 2 seconds out, and that's to maximum deviation. Is that correct?
Yes. 4
seconds back, 4 seconds, 4 seconds, 2 seconds.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
So this is at 48:29. And at 48:32, you're already back and further than you were before. Is that correct? Within 3 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes.
Keep all the finger, okay? Keep looking.
So, when you started that, here's where you said you stop and begin. So 29, it should be 4 seconds, 8 seconds, 12 seconds. That should be 16 seconds.
Keep all the finger, okay?
Is that correct?
Yes.
It's done correctly. And instead, it was about 11 seconds.
Okay.
Is that fair to say?
What time did I start?
4:29, but you're past now. When we go back, you would agree it was 11 or
12 seconds.
so at least 25% or 30% faster than what you're supposed to do. Is that correct?
Yes.
Keep looking, keep looking. Keep looking.
Over there.
Okay, now look at my finger, okay?
Incidentally, we see this. His head's tilted, isn't he, as he's sitting there? He's kind of got his head a little bit turned, and he's looking up here at your finger. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now you want to be looking this way. There you go, look, keep looking.
You would agree that your finger is more than slightly above eye level. Is that correct? It's above his head.
Yes.
No, keep that still.
Okay, so this is your getting onset of 45. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Take it back there. So, when you do onset of 45 degrees, it's supposed to take you, you're supposed to move it
to the side at a rate that would get you at approximately 45 degrees at 4 seconds.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And once you see nystagmus, you're supposed to stop.
Yes.
It says.
Yes.
Is that correct? You stated that there was onset prior to 45.
Yes.
No, keep that still.
Now, it's also supposed to be smooth, correct?
Yes.
Was that smooth as you were doing it? But it looks like you stopped and then started again. Did you or did you not?
No, it looks like I did fine.
Okay, you think you did fine? That's fine, we can do it again.
No, keep that still.
You brought back, even, went back out.
I was verifying.
You were, oh.
Was it not what I was supposed to do?
Okay, so let me understand this. You went out, and then you came back a little bit, and then went back again. And you believe that that's correct?
Yes, you're supposed to verify it.
The verifying, the second pass is the verification. Isn't that correct? That's why you do it 2 times each eye. The second time is to verify your findings.
No.
You don't believe that's how you're trained?
No.
You were never trained with the
No, I was
first
looking
pass?
for it both times.
I
That's
understand
how I
what you're looking
verified it.
for.
I looked for it both times, not just once.
That is how you verify it, correct. But you don't stop mid-test and go back and do it again.
I was making sure that it was there.
Okay. Both of these instances, you've gone out to 45 and come back, is that correct?
Yes.
And your testimony is that's how you were trained to do it?
Yes.
Okay. It's pretty obvious we got more than.
At this point, you're supposed to do vertical gaze nystagmus test, is that correct?
Yes. I'm not sure if it's required, but.
You don't know if you were trained to do vertical gaze nystagmus test and an HGN test?
I normally do, yes.
Well, let's go to the exhibit. You have that out there? Exhibit 1. No, I'm sorry. 1, it's the booklet. Thank you. On the administrative procedures on page 24, can you tell me what step 10 is?
Check for vertical gaze nystagmus.
Okay. Did you do that?
No, I did not.
Is it fair to say you did not do this test correctly?
I had skipped a few steps, yes.
Okay. Is it also fair to say that he had his head tilted, turned aside, and tilted upwards during the test?
Yes.
And as you've already indicated, there is no way you could distinguish between positional nystagmus, positional alcohol nystagmus, or horizontal gaze nystagmus.
Yes.
The arrest, this decision to arrest for an OVI, there are 3 phases that you go through, is that correct?
Yes.
And that decision to make the arrest only occurs after you have gone through all of those phases. Is that correct?
Not all the time, no.
Okay. There may be an occasion where you can't do complete phase.
Yes.
Okay. So, however, if you're investigating, as you do with everything else, you do a step progression. You go through phase 1, vehicle in motion. You couldn't do that here clearly because he was out of the vehicle when you got there. Is that correct?
Yes.
So then you go to phase 2, which is personal contact.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Hill talked about some of those things with you. Is that correct?
Correct.
In addition, there are other things you could have done.
You could have asked him divided attention questions, correct?
Those aren't required, no.
I understand they're not required, but you could have done that, is that correct?
If I want to, yeah.
Okay. Your training, that's part of your training. I'd ask them this, ask them for their license and registration, and while they're looking for that, ask them where they're coming from or where they're going. It's a divided attention. They're doing a physical task, and they're trying to cognitively think of a response and respond. Is that correct?
Yes.
And like the SFSTs, if they have inappropriate responses, that would be a failure of a divided attention. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you go through any of those questions or do any divided attention skills other than the horizontal gaze and stacking test?
There wasn't many that I could have done. I had his license.
Okay.
Give it to me.
Did you ask him
He
for
was
his
sitting there.
registration?
He was out of his vehicle, sitting down. EMS asked him to sit down due to his physical condition. I wasn't going to ask him to get up and get back in the vehicle to get that information.
Okay.
It wasn't necessary.
Okay. So you're trained that once you have this, if it's mobile vehicle in motion, go through the personal contact phase. After that personal contact phase, you determine whether there's reasonable suspicion to progress to the standardized field sobriety test, the pre-arrest screening, correct?
Yes.
And then after those are complete, then you make a determination of arrest or letting go.
Yes.
Okay. Is it your testimony that you made that decision to arrest before you ever did the other stuff? Before you ever did the standardized field sobriety test?
No.
Okay, so you didn't make that decision to arrest until after you did the pre-arrest screening, the standardized field sobriety test. Is that correct?
No.
Trooper, you either did or you didn't.
I'm not sure what you're asking. You're asking 100
Okay.
questions at 100 miles an hour. So just.
Okay, I'll slow down. That's fine.
That's me.
Okay, so again, first vehicle in motion, didn't have anything. With the vehicle in motion, if you do have it, you determine, hey, do I stop and engage in personal contact? You're already at phase 2. At the conclusion of your phase 2 personal contact, that's when your decision-making process that you've been trained on, that's in the NITS manual, says, okay, you make the decision, do I advance to standardized field sobriety testing, or do I let them go? Because I didn't see the things. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you're here at standardized field sobriety testing. After you have conducted those standardized field sobriety tests and gathered those information and those clues and the scores on them, that's when you make the decision, do I arrest or not? Is that correct?
I believe in this case was a little different than all the other cases or most other cases. I believe I had enough information to make an arrest prior to if he refused to do HGN. He agreed to do HGN, and that just gave me further evidence of his impairment.
But that's not your training. Your training is to wait and make that decision after. The decision to arrest comes after you have gathered all information.
Well, in a perfect scenario, sure.
That's what your training center is supposed to
These
do.
aren't, not every scenario is perfect on the side of the road.
Okay?
I know that.
Yeah, you didn't have phase 1 here, but you certainly could have waited and said, hey, I wonder how he's going to
Phase
perform
one
on
is
this
when you hit
test.
something that you didn't remember hit. That was phase 1.
Well, let me ask you about that. You keep saying he hit something. Could something have hit him?
I don't know. I don't know.
If there's damage to the back of the vehicle, did you notice anything when you walked up? Damage to the back of the vehicle?
No.
Didn't notice any damage down here to the back of the vehicle?
Can't tell. No. Just roll with me.
See the damage right here?
Paint transfer?
Yes. Well, take a look at it right there.
Oh, I don't know, it doesn't look like damage to me. I don't know.
Okay. Suggest to you that was taken on May 31st, 2023. Of his rear quarter panel. Does that appear to be damaged to it?
It's taken 8 days after it happened. I'm not gonna, I can't testify to that.
Okay.
I don't know.
Does it appear to be damaged? You can't testify as to whether it appears to be damaged?
It looks like there's paint chipped off.
Okay.
And let me interject something, because of common knowledge, the sensors for airbags are in the front. You don't get an airbag deployed on collision to the rear.
Please, conversation.
Are you taking, do I understand the court to take judicial?
I've done hundreds of car wrecks. Because when you're hitting the rear, you're thrown back into your seat. You're not thrown into the dash. You only need the airbag when you're in front, unfortunately. So that part we don't need to get over.
Was there, let me ask you this. Was that damage right there more significant than the damage to the front?
Mark, what difference does it make? It's not going to deploy the airbags.
I see your point.
Let's move on. It's taking too long.
It appeared when you when you arrived there, you even made the comment, geez, that would have set off an airbag?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
I did.
Meaning there was no significant damage to the front end, is that correct?
No, there wasn't.
It didn't appear that he had taken out a mailbox that had gone up and destroyed the bumper or anything?
I don't know.
As a matter of fact, you did not even cite him for hitting anything.
No.
Did not complete a crash investigation report, is that
I
correct?
couldn't, there wasn't a crash scene.
Got one other question. Mr. Hill, when he was asking you questions up here, specifically stated, do you know of the substantive changes between 2023 and 2018 manual, and did you adjust how you conduct your field sobriety test according to those? And your response was yes.
Yes.
What are those substantive changes?
No, he asked if there were, and I didn't know if there wasn't any massive changes.
Okay,
That's what
I was
meant- that's what I
proposing
meant
it was
by
a compound question where he said, do you know if there are any, and did you adjust, did you know if there were any substantive changes to the 2023 manual from the 2018 manual, and did you adjust how you conduct your field sobriety test as a result?
Okay, so I should have answered that with two remarks then.
Okay.
No, I didn't notice any massive changes, and yes, I have revised my SFSTs based on that.
How have you revised them?
Can't think of it right off the top of my head, but they're not massive changes as far as I can remember.
No further questions?
Mr. Hill,
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
you can sit down. Any further evidence to say?
To the rest, Your Honor.
Any evidence from the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Why don't you both prepare proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law?
Thank you, Your Honor.
How much time do you need to do that?
I can have just a moment, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Are you wanting them simultaneously from us? I presume?
Yeah.
Okay. In other words, it's not going to be a briefing and contra, and it's just going to be, here you go.
This is what I think you should find. And
Sure.
the reasons.
Mr.
It's up to you.
I can have them next week. I don't want to.
1 week?
I don't know what Mr.
he always schedules, but
It's
1 week would be
always,
fine.
I've got something to do every day, every minute.
Let's make it the 15th then. So I'm going to put it on my calendar for the 15th to make a decision.
Okay. And then Your Honor's going to just submit a written
Yeah,
decision,
I'll
and based
submit it.
upon that, we'll
Then
either set.
decide if we need another hearing.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
So it's considered submitted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll go out there and I'll go talk to you.
State of Ohio recalls Darian Newcomb, case number TRC 24874, ABC, A, B, and C.
Do you want to put that down as a trial?
Just put a decision. I put it on my desk.
Okay.
You can put, can you put other or something, so
I might be able to,
The court's not expecting us to be present that day.
you don't have to be.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and we were waiting, the state was going to have his current test, which is positive for THC only, but the state was going to look to see what the results were on the urine test.
Well,
You don't have minions that do that?
they do, I don't know what's happened to them. There was a lot going on. She took the files in.
Charlie, what's that case number again, please?
This case number is 24874.
The investigator, Mr. McClellan, is on vacation this week. He would normally be, the urine results.
I called the police.
Oh, what they
They're
say?
not back.
They're not back.
And
It was from April, but they're not back.
April 30th.
yeah, it's just I was check to see how much time that is.
Yes, they said you would be there. That means go to
Well, tomorrow it'll be 10 weeks, so. So that's not that unusual.
Where's Walter today?
Okay, I think what I want to do, and I think what you should want to do, is wait to get these results back.
That's all right, sounds good to me.
Okay.
I've been here since 9 o'clock, I'm just ready to get out here. Sure you are too.
Well, I'm here for the duration, so then that's not a concern of mine. But on some of the tests, you didn't do that bad. So my main concern, why I wanted to see the screen, there's a lot of bad stuff in our community right now.
Yes, sir, I know that.
Methamphetamine and fentanyl are the two biggest ones, and a lot of people are taking those. Fentanyl can kill you.
Yes,
So
sir.
I wanted to see if you were going to test for that.
Yeah, I shouldn't.
I don't see
No
an
promises.
indication that you would, but I've been surprised before. So 10 weeks has been a while, but in the scheme of things, that's not unusual right now for us to get results back from the lab. So I'm going to delay it a little further.
Okay,
Because
sir.
I want to see what the results are. I suspect it's going to be marijuana.
Yes, sir, it's all I do.
So, it's a learning experience sitting here and watching this anyway. Maybe you picked up a thing or two.
Yeah.
Maybe you didn't. It's hard to learn from other people's mistakes, but a smart person can.
Yes,
So
sir.
maybe you learned something sitting here today, Bob,
Yeah.
then I'll see you again. I'm going to reschedule your sentencing for August the 12th. Let's see those results. If it's THC, there is a per se level, you might be below the per se level for THC. Then that way, I'll find you not guilty, so you got that chance.
I hope so.
All right, be back here, and it's likely the docket won't be as long. And you won't have Mr. McCown asking these hundreds of questions that you have to sit and listen
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
to. All right, 10 o'clock, August 12th. is your
All
next
right.
hearing.
Thank you, sir. You have a good day.
You too.
State of Ohio recalls Brett Mitchell, case number CRG 15891.
Okay. Well, I see this on some of your other tests. You're continuing to test for cocaine.
Yes, sir. I passed the last, I think, 3 weeks at the Wellness and Recovery Center. I've also been going to weekly counseling therapist sessions now. I don't know how I feel today. I haven't used it in a while. I mean, it has been an issue for me, but I've also
Okay,
been.
I'm going to send your results over to, who's your therapist? Is it Angela Akers?
No, the therapist is, her name's Heather.
She was a witness on one of these forms.
Angela.
There's a Sarah Sycamore.
Sarah's a doctor, one of the
Okay.
doctors.
All right, send them to her. So I want good screens.
Yes, sir.
No cocaine.
Yes, sir.
You agree with that too? Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Him and you,
Oh.
all of you agree. We all agree.
I didn't know
She
who
needs
you-
cocaine.
I didn't know whether you was talking to her or him.
I'm talking to all of them. I think we can all agree he shouldn't be using cocaine.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're gonna keep working on it until we get there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's make it August 2nd
Okay.
for sentencing. Because you have a bond up, so if you don't show up, the bail bondsman's gonna have to knock you down.
You said August 2nd?
August 2nd. So that's on a Friday. So it's a little more than 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks from now,
Okay. At what time?
10 o'clock.
So I'll just have them keep sending screens to.
Keep going to your scheduling, counseling sessions, keep getting screens there. I want to clean, you had a couple clean ones and you've had some dirty ones, so we want consistent, clean screens.
Yes.
And then come back here, August 2nd.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.